Participants this conference from all over the world to Sumawe Aceh. I do hope that we can meet offline in the future for the next conference, and please welcome and enjoy the beauty and charm of Aceh. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Participants this conference from all over the world to Sumawe Aceh. I do hope that we can meet offline in the future for the next conference, and please that we can meet offline in the future for the next conference, and please that we can meet offline in the future for the next conference, and please
Political Science and Humanities 2020, organized by Faculty of Social and Political Science,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Political Science. I am the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science.
organized by this international conference is able to bring together academics, researchers, government officials, and other relevant parties around the globe to contribute in order to gain comprehensive knowledge on various aspects of the current phenomenon of COVID-19. This
will be held virtually via Zoom application due to C-19 outbreak. The theme of the conference is also in line with today's current situation. Constructing new social order is a demand in this disruptive period. We are happy to have great keynote speakers with us. We are pleased to invite students, researchers, government officials, and those who are interested in social, political, and humanities issues. This conference is held on the 4th and 5th November 2020. The first day will be a keynote speaker session. The second day is parallel session for presenters. For the information that all reviewed papers will be published in International Proceedings, Atlantis Press, and will be indexed by Web of Science. Our website is ICoSPOLHUM.unimal.ac.id. Visit and join us.
I would like to congratulate the Faculty of Political and Social Science, UNIMAL, for the International Conference on Social Science, Political Science, and Humanities 2020. Korem 011 Lilawangsa always supports and, if possible, involves in any positive events under our territory, especially events for developing human resource. Because human resource is one of the factors to maintain and develop our rich natural resources. On this occasion, I would also like to welcome all the keynote speakers, presenters, and participants in this conference from all over the world to Lok Sumawe, Aceh. I do hope that we can meet offline in the future for the next conference, and please welcome and enjoy the beauty and charm of Aceh. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Everybody, welcome to the International Conference on Social Science, Political Science, and Humanities 2020, organized by Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Maluku Saleh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Nazarudin. I am the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Maluku Saleh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Ratri Chandrasari, the chairperson of International Conference on Social Science, Political Science and Humanities, ICoSPOLHUM 2020.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Colonel Infantry Sudrajat Baskoro, Commander of Korem 011 Lilawangsa, Lok Sumawe.
This international conference is hoped to able to bring together academic, researcher, government official, and other relevant parties around the globe to contribute in order to gain comprehensive knowledge on various aspects of the current phenomena of COVID-19 pandemic. This is one of Universitas Maluku Saleh attempt to be participating through an academic platform to provide significant contribution to address issues present in the global society. This international conference will also be held by other faculties at Universitas Maluku Saleh in the near future in responding to global issues. Finally, as Director of Humanities Maluku Saleh, I would like to welcome all keynote speakers, presenters, and all participating to this event. I hope that this international conference will be beneficial to everybody and will be an enjoyable one. Thank you very much.
I am very glad that our faculty can conduct our first international conference this year amid the COVID-19 global crisis. This international conference in social science, political science, and humanities ICoSPOLHUM 2020 will be conducted regularly, and we do hope that it can be an annual conference that will bring together academic, researcher, student, industry, and government representatives and other stakeholders to present, to share, to discuss, and to address issues related to social issues worldwide. This year's theme is related to the new social order as a result of outbreak of COVID-19, which has significantly changed the life of communities around the world in many ways. Representing colleges at Faculty of Social and Political Science, I would like to thank you all for your kind participation and warmly welcome you all to this virtual academic event. I wish you all an insightful and fruitful conference. Thank you.
This conference will be held virtually via Zoom application due to COVID-19 outbreak. The theme of the conference is also in line with today's current situation. Constructing new social order is a demand in this disruptive period. We are happy to have great keynote speakers with us. We are pleased to invite students, researchers, government officials, and those who are interested in social, political, and humanities issues. This conference is held on the 4th and 5th November 2020. The first day will be a keynote speaker session. The second day is parallel session for presenters. For the information that all reviewed papers will be published in International Proceedings, Atlantis Press, and will be indexed by Web of Science. Our website is icospolhum.unimal.ac.id. Visit and join us.
I would like to congratulate the Faculty of Political and Social Science, UNIMAL, for the International Conference on Social Science, Political Science, and Humanities 2020. Korem 011 Lilawangsa always supports and, if possible, involves in any positive events under our territory, especially events for developing human resource. Because human resource is one of the factors to maintain and develop our rich natural resources. On this occasion, I would also like to welcome all the keynote speakers, presenters, and participants of this conference from all over the world to Lok Sumawe Aceh. I do hope that we can meet offline in the future for the next conference, and please welcome and enjoy the beauty and charm of Aceh. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Everybody, welcome to the International Conference on Social Science, Political Science and Humanities 2020, organized by Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Maluku Saleh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Nazaruddin. I am the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Maluku Saleh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Ratri Chandrasari, the Chairperson of International Conference on Social Science, Political Science and Humanities, ICoSPOLHUM 2020.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Colonel Infantry Sudrat Baskoro, Commander of Korem 011 Lila Bangsa, Blok Sumawe.
This international conference is hoped to able to bring together academic, researcher, government official, and other relevant parties around the globe to contribute in order to gain comprehensive knowledge on various aspects of the current phenomena of COVID-19 pandemic. This is one of Universitas Maluku Saleh attempt to be participative through an academic platform to provide significant contribution to address issues present in the global society. This international conference will also be held by other faculties at Universitas Maluku Saleh in the near future in responding to global issues. Finally, as the Rector of Universitas Maluku Saleh, I would like to welcome all keynote speakers, presenter, and all participating to this event. I hope that this international conference will be beneficial to everybody and will be an enjoyable one. Thank you very much.
I am very glad that our faculty can conduct our first international conference this year amid the COVID-19 global crisis. This international conference on social science, political science, and humanities, ICoSPOLHUM 2020, will be conducted regularly, and we do hope that it can be an annual conference that will bring together academic, researcher, student, industry, and government representatives and other stakeholders to present, to share, to discuss, and to address issues related to social issues worldwide. This year's theme is related to the new social order as a result of outbreak of COVID-19, which has significantly changed the life of communities around the world in many ways. Representing colleges at Faculty of Social and Political Science, I would like to thank you all for your kind participation and warmly welcome you all to this virtual academic event. I wish you all an insightful and fruitful conference. Thank you.
This conference will be held virtually via Zoom application due to COVID-19 outbreak. The theme of the conference is also in line with today's current situation. Constructing new social order is a demand in this disruptive period. We are happy to have great keynote speakers with us. We are pleased to invite students, researchers, government officials, and those who are interested in social, political, and humanities issues. This conference is held on the 4th and 5th November 2020. The first day will be a keynote speaker session. The second day is parallel session for presenters. For the information that all reviewed papers will be published in International Proceedings, Atlantis Press, and will be indexed by Web of Science. Our website is ICoSPOLHUM www.unimal.ac.id. Visit and join us.
I would like to congratulate the Faculty of Political and Social Science, Unimal, for the International Conference on Social Science, Political Science, and Humanities 2020. Forum 011 Lilawangsa always supports and, if possible, involves in any positive events under our territory, especially events for developing human resource. Because human resource is one of the factors to maintain and develop our rich natural resources. On this occasion, I would also like to welcome all the keynote speakers, presenters, and participants in this conference from all over the world to Lok Sumawe Aceh. I do hope that we can meet offline in the future for the next conference, and please welcome and enjoy the beauty and charm of Aceh. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
That's the one. The culture long preserved the object of faith. We are going to start our event with the situation of Quran, along with the Quran will be guided by Islam. Islam, yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار واختلاف الليل والنهار والفلك التي تجري في البحر بما وبث فيها من كل دابة وتصريف الرياح والسحاب المسخر والسحاب المسخر بين السماء
لآيات لقوم يعقلون والسحاب المسخر بين السماء والأرض لآيات لقوم يعقلون صدق الله العظيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله على نعمة الإيمان. الحمد لله على نعمة الإسلام. الحمد لله على نعمة الهداية. الحمد لله رب العالمين. حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيدا. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم أحينا بالإيمان وأمتنا بالإيمان واحشرنا بالإيمان وأدخلنا الجنة مع الإيمان. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغيرا ولمشايخنا ولجدنا ولجداتنا ولأستاذنا ولقرابتنا جميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Alhamdulillah, thank you very much to Brother Islam Al-Quran and reciting some verses of the Quran from Surah Al-Baqarah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to our event today. We are going to have our National Conference of Social Science
Political Science and Humanities ICoSPOLHUM 2020 under the theme COVID-19 Challenges and Opportunities in Constructing New Social Order in Disruptive Era. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next agenda, allow me to honor our guest, Rector of Humanities University or Executive, Vice Rectors, Deans of Social and Political Science, Dean of Economic and Business, Research and Community Service Institutions, Task Force units in Bolivia, and all audiences. Also, I would like to reiterate a special thanks to our contributors, Commander of Military Territory, Bapak Colonel Infantry Sumiati Baskoro. Also, from Bank of Indonesia, Boxmoy Branch, Bapak Ikon Afri Ado. Thank you very much for all your contributions. Now we are going to proceed with the next agenda, which is singing the national anthem. Due to the COVID situations, we are not going to have live singing. However, we are going to watch the video. However, we like everybody, all the audience, to raise for the singing of the national anthem. All audience, please rise. Thank you. All audience, all guests, please be seated. Yes, sir, the technical issues that the song has been okay. Before we proceed to the next agenda, allow me to address Dean of Engineering, Faculty of Engineering. Sorry, Pak. Tadi nggak kelihatan namanya. Now we are going to the next agenda. The report from Chairperson, Ibu Dr. Raffi Chandra.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, asyhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi. First of all, I would like to thank God for this blessing so that we can gather online and offline here to start our conference. Salawat dan salam also dididik to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The Honorable Dr. Irfan Herman Fitra as Director of Universitas Manchester, and it is represented by Vice Rector of Dr. And then Honorable Dr. M. Nazarudin as the Dean of Universitas Manchester, the Honorable all Vice Rectors, and then also all Dean in Universitas Manchester, and also the Honorable of all heads of transport units. Also the Honorable Kondali Mantri Sumirati Baskoro MP, the Commander of Korem 011 Yalanta, and also the Honorable Head of Bank Indonesia Mare, the Honorable two speakers who are already online with us here. Today we have 5 keynote speakers. The first Associate Professor Dr. John McCarthy from Australian National University, Australia. The second is Associate Professor Dr. Yusriza Muhammad Yusuf from University Malaysia Terengganu. And then the third, Prof. Peter Charles Taylor from Murdoch University, Australia. And the fourth, Associate Professor Dr. Shamsuddin Elkaya from Development Academy of Bangsa Moro, Philippines. And the last is Prof. Hermin Indah Wahyuni from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Yeah. Welcome to the live studio of Visit Lima Maliksara. I would like to express my gratitude for joining us here offline and also online in the opening ceremony and keynote speaker session. On behalf of the committee, I would like to address some reports. The first concerning the theme of our conference here, COVID-19 challenges and opportunities in starting social order in the disruptive era. Starting from the COVID-19 outbreak, we see that all aspects of life changes. So that's why we try to accommodate and initiate the media or maybe the forum for all researchers, students, and maybe government officers to join the conference, to share the information, to share the knowledge, and maybe to share the finding of that research. Secondly, Alhamdulillah, up to now, we have 832 regular participants registered in this conference as participants, and then 81 submitted papers. The articles are divided into 3 categories: social, political, and humanities. The participants and the presenters represented from some countries, like as what we have noted here. Among others are University of Rhode Island, USA, University of Turkey, Universitas Negeri Semarang, UNES Semarang, Universitas Andalas, Padang, Universitas Riau, and in this case, we thank to the Dean of Universitas Riau because he is also one of the presenters in this conference. And also Universitas Brawijaya, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Universitas Kuala, Universitas Teguh Umar, Social Ministry Office, Kemensos, Pusat Penelitian Budaya, Lembaga Penelitian Indonesia (OIP). And thirdly, I will report something that is quite important, is that all articles or papers submitted will be published by Atlantic Press in an international dossier indexed by CBCI Web of Science, CNPI, and Google Commons. Alhamdulillah, we received Universitas Maluku Saleh, and Atlantic Press already signed proceeding agreement on 24 September 2020, and Alhamdulillah, our conference website now already added and listed in the website of Atlantic Press. Then we can see. So that's why everything is already listed, and everybody all over the world can see our conference. In the next conference, in the coming conference, they will join us with more participants and more presenters with challenging topics, of course. The website of Atlantic Press that already added our website, ICoSPOLHUM 2020, is http://atlanticpress.com/proceeding/com. Okay, and the board, I would like to thank the institution, especially to the rector of Universitas Maluku Saleh, and also Puskom and Bumas was supporting this event. And also, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our contributors here. In this case, we have foreign, we call it military regional 011 Wirawaksa, and also Bank Indonesia Mali. It really helped us and give us a kind of motivation. We do hope that next time we can still have cooperation. And thanks a lot for the support and contribution for our activities. And finally, on behalf of the committee, I would like to apologize if there are inconvenience and mistakes in managing and providing this event. I also thank to the member of the committee because without them, this event is impossible. So thank you for this courage, and we do hope that we can make our economy and also university to move ahead and get more. Okay, that's all from me, and I do hope that everybody join with this conference will get benefits and enjoy the conference. Okay, billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Ibu Chairman, Dr. Ratri Chandrasen. Next is remarks from Dean of Social and Political Science, Dr. Nazaruddin. Dr. Nazaruddin would like to present you to the stage.
Good morning. Hello.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Salatan wa salamun ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted and honored to have this opportunity to welcome you to this International Conference on Social Science, Political Science and Humanities, ICoSPOLHUM 2020, which is held this year by the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Malaysia Saleh. As the Dean, I wish to extend a warm welcome to all keynote speakers from various fields of science and universities. There are Associate Professor Dr. John McCarthy from Australian National University of Australia, Professor Peter Saber from Norfolk University of Australia, Associate Professor Ibu Dr. Yulija Muhammad Yusuf from University Malaysia Terengganu, Associate Professor Samsudin El Kaya from Development Academy Bangsa Hulu, the Philippines, Professor Hermin Wahyudi dari Universitas Gajah Mada, colleagues from various countries and all participants. We are especially honored by the presence of the Rector of Universitas Malaysia Saleh, Associate Professor Dr. Fitra, representative by Vice Rector Ibu Dr. Putri Mulia, Military Resort Commander 011 Pilawangka, Kolonel Infanteri Sumirati Basro SI. Selamat datang. And the head of Bank Indonesia, Rosmaya Brand, Bapak Ronaldo, terima kasih Pak sudah hadir, and all the invite guests from Universitas Malaysia Saleh. Terima kasih Pak PR. Selamatkan. COVID-19 pandemic raised many problems in social, political, economic, and education realm. COVID-19 interrupted our normal life and forced us to live in the new normal era. As a representative to this, we invite experts from various disciplines to discuss about this new normal life, which affect various sectors. I recognize that the decisions are principally designed to enhance the action of knowledge on the new discoveries in the field of social and political science and humanities related to pandemic of COVID-19 that we all are facing, so will be able to contribute to the solving this global problem. Finally, I wish the participants a very fruitful and productive meeting, and with that, I genuinely hope that this international conference will be the annual agenda of Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Malaysia Saleh. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to the Dean of Social and Political Science, Dr. Muhammad Nazarudin, MSc, for your remarks. Next is remarks from Rector or the representative and officially open the event. We'd like to invite Ibu Dr. Jali Murshida to the stage to officially open the event. And Ibu, at the end of your speech, we'd like to ask you to remain on stage because we will hand over some certificates to our contributors. So Ibu would like to present you to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us thank the Almighty for the blessing and for granting us the opportunity so that we can be here today to attend this very meaningful conference. Salawat dan salam also goes to the great Prophet Muhammad SAW, to his family and companions. Yang terhormat di pagi hari ini, Bapak dan Ren, Bapak Wabarakatuh dan Wangsa, Bapak Kepala Infanteri Solidarity Gaspol, terima kasih sudah menjadi sponsor ya Pak dan hadir di acara kita di pagi hari ini. Kemudian Bapak Kepala Bank Indonesia Islami, Bapak Ipon Abdinaldo, selamat datang Pak di minimal. Kemudian hadir juga di tengah kita, itu Bapak Bantu Rektor 4, Bapak Dr. Adari, Bapak Dekan Fakultas Tadi, Bapak Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi, kemudian yang terhormat Bapak Dekan Fakultas Fisik, Bapak Dr. Adari, selaku host yang merencanakan acara konferensi pada hari ini. Ada juga Bapak Ketua BDM, Bapak Dr. Mansur, kemudian Bapak Ibu Kaprodi, Sekretaris Prodi dan seluruh panitia yang sudah berupaya untuk bekerja maksimal agar acara pada hari ini dapat berjalan. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Rektor Asmaul Saleh, I'm very happy to be here today for the opening of this conference. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this International Conference on Social Science, Political Science and Humanities 2020 that organized by Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Malaysia. This is the first international conference conducted by this faculty, but I believe that this conference provides a very unique opportunity for all of us since we get from all over the world and from various backgrounds with wide-ranging knowledge related to the social science, political science, and humanities get together here to discuss, to share, as well as to provide solutions to global issues faced by global community, especially the COVID-19 pandemic. So we are understanding that this pandemic has affected the lives of so many people and so many ways and so many countries. Since its first emergence in China, it has spread globally surrounding, including Indonesia, and Aceh also, posing challenges and severely disrupting the entire human population's health, economic, education, social, and other sectors. The contribution from the academic, from the researchers, from the government officials, and other relevant parties to the finding of the research which then discussed and shared through this conference is expected to be one of the contributions to address global issues of the COVID-19 crisis, especially in the social and political area. In this opportunity, I would like to express my thanks gratitude to Professor Peter Charles Tiger, Professor Edwin Indahwani, Associate Professor Dr. John McCarthy, Associate Professor Dr. Samsudin Altaya, and Associate Professor Dr. Muslika Muhammad Yusuf as the keynote speakers from their willingness to talk at this conference. Many thanks also to presenters and general participants and invited guests for the participant in this conference. And then I would like to thank to the sponsor for the support and my heart appreciation goes to the committee members of this international conference 2020 and all the parties who have been working very hard for making this event possible. Even this is the help, even this one is help virtually, COVID-19 pandemic, but I believe that it will be enjoyable conference. And I wish everyone, every participant, even the participants, a very fruitful and rewarding conference. Finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this international conference on social science, political science, and humanities 2020. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Ibu Julie Motion. Maybe you want to. Okay. The next agenda is handover of certificate of appreciations. We'd like to invite Colonel Sumiratun Baskoro and also Bapak Yukon Afrinaldo to. Okay. We have small, it's actually very small certificate of appreciations and will be handed over by Ibu PR Santos, Ibu Julie Mosia PhD. Next certificate will be handed over by Dean of Faculty of Social and Science. Thank you very much. We are very grateful and happy to have all of you here. And we are also very thankful for your contributions. We hope that the collaboration between our university and your institution will last forever. Thank you very much. I would like to address something to our audiences. There is a slight complaint from our participants online that the background noise is kind of disturbing, and it sort of disturbs the attention and also the presentation coming from the speakers. We will be very happy if you may keep silence so that our audiences online can pay attention even better. Thank you very much. Next agenda is keynote speech sessions. Today we have 5 keynote speakers, and we'd like to invite our keynote speakers. First, Associate Professor Dr. John McCarthy. He is from the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia. His expertise is agriculture policy, livelihood analysis, and food security. He also has some interest in Asian studies, including Indonesia. Second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Yusrita Muhammad Yusuf from University of Terengganu, Malaysia. Her specialization is in resource management and organizational behavior. Third speaker is Professor Peter Charles Taylor, PhD, MBE, DESC, currently Professor of Transformative Education, School of Education, Monash University, Australia. Next is Dr. Shamsuddin El Tayya, Professor of Political Science and Bangsa Oro of the Philippines. Our fifth speaker is Professor Dr. Hermin Indah Wahyuni from University of Gajah Mada. She completed her bachelor and master degree in Gajah Mada and her PhD in Leipzig University, Germany. Now, we also would like to invite Bapak Director for today, Bapak Dr. Rashid Eswastima, is going to be the moderator for the speakers. So we'd like to welcome all the speakers and Bapak Moderator to the stage. Now the time is yours. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Raditu billahi rabba wa bil islam dina wa bi Muhammadin nabiyya wa rasulah. Good morning. And for everyone, we praise to our Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala and salawat and salam to Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Peace to be upon him. Ladies and gentlemen, the first time I would like to honorable Mr. Rector of Humanities University atau Salah atau Universitas Humanities, and honorable to our Dean of Social and Political Science faculty and staff, honorable the speaker, the keynote speaker who have attended in ICoSPOLHUM seminar this morning. And thanks a lot for joining us today. And then I would like to thank the committee who has been working hard to prepare this event in the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, before the keynote speaker presenting the reason, we would like to introduce all of them by one. The first one, Associate Professor Dr. John McCarthy from Australian National University. The second one, Associate Professor Dr. Yusrita Muhammad Yusuf from University Indonesia, Terengganu. And the third one, Professor Dr. Peter Charles Taylor from Purdue University, Australia, and then Professor Dr. Henry Kita, wakili from Universitas Gajah Mada, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And the last one, Associate Professor Dr. Senturi Helthaya from Development Academic of the Bangsamoro, Philippines. Okay. Associate Professor Dr. John McCarthy from Australian National University. They also an anthropologist. They also very support Indonesia and also very much experience from Indonesia. Therefore, we can invite him today to visit the support on the article and the recent event. Okay, now we will start. The first keynote speaker is Professor. Associate Professor Dr. John McCarthy from Australian National University. So we should give time just only 20 minutes to visit his visit or art. Okay, Mr. Professor, I would like to invite you to present your article, please.
Halo, selamat pagi kepada semua teman-teman di Unimal, termasuk Pak Nizalin yang wakil dekan sekarang saya mendengar, dan juga kepada Ibu Nuwita yang teman lama saya. Saya masih ada ingatan baik dengan teman-teman. Bisa mendengar saya? Jelas? Okey, saya senang sekali bisa kembali ke Aceh pada saat ini, walaupun tidak secara fisik, tapi secara virtual. Maka terima kasih atas undangan, dan saya dengan senang hati mau kasih presentasi hari ini. Maaf ya, saya tidak bisa terlalu lama di Unimal sekarang karena sesudah presentasi nanti siang ada acara di kampus di INU ini. Mungkin saya bisa lihat, mungkin saya share screen ya. Oke. Bisa lihat itu? Sudah jelas? Oke, thanks Ibu Herman, dan salam juga kepada panelis yang lain. Sayang sekali tidak bisa minum kopi gayo di Luxmawe sekarang bersama-sama dan lebih menikmati cuaca, termasuk rumah makan itu di Luxmawe yang saya masih rindu makan ikan di sana. Oke, maaf ya saya pakai bahasa English, mungkin sebagian bahasa gado-gado, beberapa bahasa English dengan bahasa Indonesia. Oke, maka hari ini saya mau berbicara sedikit tentang refleksi tentang keamanan pangan di Indonesia, karena saya termasuk penulis laporan ini yang ada di sebelah kanan. Ada satu bab tentang Indonesia. Ini belum, it's not yet launched, this publication, ya. Mungkin minggu depan diresmikan. And we have one paper on Indonesia in one chapter, which I wrote with a number of colleagues. Sebenarnya saya mau Aceh masuk di dalam publikasi ini, tapi waktu itu tidak sempat. Tapi pada saat ini, si Somil dari Universitas Al-Muslim dan Ibu Nuwita Malati membantu saya siapkan bahan ini dengan beberapa refleksi tentang Aceh. Okay, so ini yang saya lakukan hari ini, 4 poin ini ya. So kalau kita lihat masalah-masalah atau tantangan, the challenges faced by Indonesia, kita bisa lihat ada beberapa tantangan. Firstly, poverty in Indonesia and in Aceh is falling, but stunting is still quite high. In some districts in Aceh, stunting is as high as 30 to 40%. In Indonesia, unfortunately, there is a deficit in rice. Pemerintah juga harus mengkhawatirkan kadang-kadang apakah harus import. And food prices in Indonesia with rice and a few other products are above the global average. So many farmers in Indonesia are exposed to climate change, pests and diseases. In many parts of Indonesia, we see shifts, people moving away from food crops to cash crops, which means that when a crisis like COVID comes, they have a problem. Karena tidak bisa makan sawit kan, bisa dijual, tapi kalau harganya turun, mau makan apa ya, becomes a challenge, yeah? So it's a problem for like coffee producers in the Gayo Highlands. Also, we have increasing land shortages, dependence on labor markets. The labor market not always giving good opportunity for people. In many parts of Indonesia, we have a forest transition. I used to live in Tapak Tuan at one time in my career. I spent a year in Tapak Tuan. For poor people in Tapak Tuan, if they don't have enough rice in the past, they could go to the forest. But in many parts of Indonesia, the forest is disappearing. So this is the loss of something that gave people sustenance. There's a lot of issues to do with a lot of challenges faced by women around nutritional issues. Ibu Nawita is doing her PhD on this, but I won't talk about this today. And then the good side is that the Indonesian government has now developed a lot of programs to help people who are food insecure, including social protection. So when I was working in sempat juga mengunjungi Aceh Besar dan Aceh Utara beberapa tahun yang lalu, we saw there were three main mechanisms that helped people escape from poverty or which led rural people to fall into food insecurity. So the first one, of course, is agriculture. So in Aceh, we had a very successful green revolution, which led to very high production of rice per hectare. But it's quite a high cost system. So people have to borrow money for inputs, which is a burden on small holders, small farmers, if they don't have access to capital. And in the villages where we did surveys, around 30 to 40% of farmers were petani bagi hasil. So this means that they have problems keeping their harvest. But the good news from what I hear from my friends in Aceh is that even with COVID-19, rice production is staying quite high. Aceh still has a lot of capacity to meet its own food needs. The only problem I understand is that during the last planting season, access to fertilizers was reduced. So Ibu Nawita was telling me that some farmers in Aceh Utara, their production is falling by up to 25% because they just couldn't afford or couldn't access fertilizer. But nonetheless, it's quite a positive story that Aceh is self-sufficient in rice, in fact, has a surplus. But if we go more deeply into rural sociology, we look at the problem of the sharecropper. The sharecropper, it's a petani bagi hasil, they only usually retain 1/3 of their production. So if they get 8 hectons per year from their rice production, they use 30% for paying their debt, and they pay 30% to the owner of the land, which means that instead of getting around somewhere near 20 to 25 million rupiah for their income, they only get 11 million. So this means that landowners and people who are able to diversify their income use the labor of the orang yang kurang mampu atau orang sedang, and they're able to accumulate resources in this way. But for the poor tenant farmers, they lose control of 2/3 of their rice harvest. So this is quite one of the mechanisms that makes people in rice producing areas poor. And in every village, there's of course a different number of people who are tenant farmers or landless, but these are usually the poor people. The second mechanism we need to look at when we understand poverty in Indonesia is the structure of the labor market. If you spend time in the village, lots of people want to merantau and they go to Banda Aceh or to Jakarta, but many people don't get wealthy this way because there are limited opportunities. But what we found in our survey is that the people who were able to leave poverty were those who were able to diversify out of agriculture and find work in the formal sector or in the informal sector while maybe keeping one foot in the rice lands, in the agricultural production. So the problem for all these people is that COVID-19, of course, has shut down employment opportunities. There are less remittances sent back to the village, and the prospects for finding ways out of poverty by diversification are much smaller. So what we found when we did our survey is that depending on the village, between 30 and 40% of people were cutting back on food in the waktu simpanan berkurang or atau pacek klik in the scarcity season. They still eat lots of rice, but they don't eat lauknya kurang. First of all, fish. The first thing they cut back on fish is fish, and then of course the vegetables, although they can collect vegetables locally. So we found in our surveys, 60% of the people who were poor in the scarcity season were cutting back on this way. So substituting carbohydrates for proteins and vegetables. And of course, this is the problem of stunting. And in the 2 districts that we did our surveys in, the official statistics said that 30% and 43% of children were stunted due to this problem. So this is, I should have left these quotes in Bahasa Indonesia. I'm sorry about that. These are 2 quotes from Kepala Desa atau Tokoh-tokoh adat, Tokoh-tokoh desa. In my experience, most of the poor and frugal cut back on their food for periods of time, eating rice without much lauk. The poor can save. So people are saving by cutting back on their food. So maybe they don't understand the nutritional outcomes of food, but it's also, so you might say, orang desa itu kurang didik, but it's much more complicated than that because they have to make difficult choices. Do they pay jajan for their children or do they spend more money on fish? So from my perspective, I would say spend the money on fish, but for someone in the village, it's a matter of shame if their children go to school without the jajan or if they can't ring somebody using their mobile telephone. So the third mechanism that's making people poor or challenging them is the emergence of consumptive lifestyles. So nowadays, to be a villager, orang desa in Aceh, we need to buy jajan for our children to go to school. Most people in the village aspire to a roof that doesn't leak. So they renovate their house, or they buy a parabola, or they pay for their motorbike, or they buy a mobile phone. So I don't blame them because I have all these things. And if you think about it, orang desa juga perlu itu, kan? If you live in the village, you need a roof that doesn't leak, and you need to communicate with people. So you want a mobile phone, but the jajan I find difficult to justify. But for orang desa, jajan is important aspect of what's considered to be normal. Okay, so this high expense consumptive lifestyle is a third mechanism making people insecure. So one of the conclusions from our research was that if we think of people moving out of poverty as moving forwards, a large number of people in Indonesia, in Aceh, are like a kepiting, like a crab. They don't move forwards, but they move sideways. So what they do is they combine limited agricultural opportunities with whatever labor, whatever work there is. For example, buruh kebun, musiman, or bagi hasil, and with their own production. And in this way, they are able to get by. And because they buy these things, when somebody comes along and does a survey for giving them pikaha, it looks like they're progressing. You know, they've got a nice roof, maybe they've got a motorbike, even though the motorbike's on credit. So when they do the survey from the government to look at who is progressing, who is coming out of poverty, they look like they're progressing. But many of these people remain insecure, cutting back on a period of the year. And unfortunately, I think, I'm not in Aceh, but from talking to my friends, I think for many of these buruh atau orang bagi hasil, for sure then they can still eat, but makin susah keadaannya. So this means that, just coming now towards the end of my presentation, how am I going for time? I don't know, I've sort of lost track of time. I've only got 3 more slides to go. So if we look more generally and fit this into a wider story, the key driver of the problem is the return of migrants, the loss of remittances, the loss of work opportunities. Buruh, or those dependent upon insecure work or insecure enterprises, are clearly going to be suffering from having difficulties to access nutritious food. And the wider impact of the contraction of the economy is leading to impacts on purchasing power and on diversification of livelihoods, which I've shown you in this presentation are critical to people's survival strategies. One thing we see in the highlands of Aceh is the collapse in the coffee price. So we get disrupted value chains. Now, this is not unique to Aceh. Our report, where we did interviews with many people across Indonesia, found this pattern. What came out of our work was that people have very clear local strategies to cope, and people moving back to agriculture, and we see a number of government programs to help this shift, with real challenges around investing in inputs. And we see these other programs to stabilize food prices, and social assistance nets, and local coping mechanisms all working together to soften the impact of COVID. So from Australia, I feel assured that orang di Aceh akan bertahan, but the problem is this shift to more detrimental livelihood and food consumption strategies. Okay, that the patterns of cutting back, I would expect to get much worse. So one of the conclusions of our report is that impacts are very differentiated. By that, I mean, some people do well, or some people do better than others. So those with diversified livelihoods are able to do much better than people who are specialized in their livelihoods or dependent on a single commodity or on precarious wage labor. And we see this particularly in the oil palm areas, where we see a lot of people having a very difficult time. I have a colleague from North Sumatra who is doing some work in the oil palm area. And fortunately, Aceh is much, much better than these areas just outside Medan. So the impact of all these changes is a change in consumption of protein and bioavailable nutrients. By that, bioavailable nutrients, it's just lack of consumption of things like fish, okay? So what we need to think about is a set of strategies that take into account these forms of vulnerability. Okay, so what we concluded in the report is that it's really important to build much more diverse livelihoods. And it's fortunate that many people in Aceh do have an element of diversity in their livelihood strategy. Compared to people who are living on oil palm estates, most people in Aceh have more diverse livelihood strategies, and they have elements of subsistence practices in their livelihoods. But what I would think about it in terms of policy is trying to support these sorts of diverse livelihood strategies. And I used to live in, like I said, in Tapak Tuan for a year, and I really was amazed by the system of the Pala forests. Everywhere you go in Aceh, we find some kind of agroforestry system. And these are really important for people in Aceh to rebuild these systems and try and think about diversification, especially with climate change coming. Okay, so what I would suggest is that Aceh needs to develop a response that really speaks to the challenges that people in Aceh face. Okay, and social protection needs to be designed in a way that works with the logic of Acehese village life, okay? And that nutrition and health issues need to be integrated into agriculture and other policies. All right, so I think I've said enough. This is me with one of the Pak Camat I met while I was in Aceh. So I'd like to thank you all, and I'm happy to have a discussion. I hope I haven't gone for too long, but thanks again for the invitation to speak to you all today.
Audience and participants, now we are to this discussion and question session. Please mention your name and where you're from. We would like to invite all participants to give some discussion or questions for our professor. Would you like to mention your name and where you from, where you are from? If any question you can ask right now, because it is a very important thing about the what we can get from the this discussion with our professor. Any question? Okay. I would like to ask your professor. It is the virus. It is the virus COVID-19 very dangerous for our activities right now. Would you like to give us where is the best way how to overcome this virus? Would you like to explain for our audience or our participants?
Could somebody write the question into the chat? Because I can't hear. I can't hear very well.
Actually, I would like to explain that this virus is very dangerous for our global activities. Where is the best way to overcome that virus and impact of that virus?
Sorry, I can't understand. I'm sorry. Mungkin ada penitia yang bisa menitik di dalam catatan ini. Mungkin saya bisa jawab dalam bahasa Indonesia, tidak apa-apa, mungkin akan lebih jelas. Tapi saya tidak paham apa pertanyaannya.
Okay, we know COVID-19 is very dangerous on our activities or problem or global problem maybe. So, what is the best way to overcome that problem according your professor?
Oh, okay. You asking maka pertanyaannya, kalau saya mengerti, bagaimana bisa mengatasi masalah COVID ya? Sebenarnya masalah COVID ini sangat rumit. Saya lihat dari beberapa segi. Pertama, itu kita perlu vaksin ya. Maka itu akan ada proses waktu sebelum ada vaksin. Nah, sementara kita menunggu untuk vaksin, kita harus coba mencegah masyarakat. Maka virus itu tidak putar terlalu cepat di dalam masyarakat. Nah, itu saya lihat di Indonesia ada beberapa program untuk sekarang ada program untuk self isolation ya. Kalau dikena dengan gejala harus diam di rumah aja ya. Kalau tidak salah ya. Di Aceh saya mendengar ada policy seperti itu. Itu wajar sekali. Cuma tantangan untuk Indonesia adalah karena ekonomi itu harus tetap jalan, maka bagaimana kita bisa berdua-duanya sekaligus, mencegah dari virus dan ekonomi jalan sekaligus. Maka memang itu dilemas yang sangat rumit dan saya tidak bisa memberi semacam proposal untuk mengatasi itu. Tapi saya rasa kita bisa belajar dari tantangan yang masyarakat menghadapi waktu ini kan. Maka jangan kita harap untuk sesuatu yang tidak mendukung kemampuan dan resilience di dalam masyarakat. Itu mengapa saya lihat kita harus coba memberi akses terhadap tanah kepada masyarakat. Kita harus coba kembalikan atau hidupkan kembali nafkah hidup dulu yang cukup mendukung masyarakat untuk menghadapi tantangan. Karena saya dari dulu lihat masyarakat Aceh cukup kuat menghadapi tantangan. Saya sendiri tidak sekuat itu. Kalau saya lihat semua yang terjadi di Aceh dalam 30 tahun terakhir ini, luar biasa. Tapi kita harus coba pikir apa yang itu yang membuat orang Aceh, orang desa itu bisa bertahan. Dan itu tujuan saya dalam penelitian yang saya memberi itu masukan. Harus kita mendukung diversitas dan juga harus coba hidupkan pertanian yang dari zaman dulu mendukung masyarakat Aceh di desa. Bisa membahas lebih dalam di dalam laporan yang saya pasang tadi.
Thank you very much, Profesor. Barangkali ada yang bisa ditanyakan langsung dengan bahasa Indonesia juga boleh kepada Profesor yang mau menyampaikan beberapa hal tadi. Banyak hal sebenarnya kalau kita lihat dalam mengatasi apa yang kita kenal dengan COVID-19 ini sangat sulit apa yang disampaikan oleh Profesor tadi. Namun rakyat Aceh masih tangguh dan sanggup menjaga dan melakukan berbagai perlindungan diri. Barangkali audiens yang ada di seluruh di seluruh yang bisa menangkap cara-cara ini atau ajaran ini, boleh bertanya langsung dengan Profesor dalam bahasa Indonesia. Hanya satu pertanyaan lagi.
Akunnya apa?
Masih ada?
Maaf ya, saya kurang paham. Apakah orang bisa mengetik di dalam itu message? Maka saya bisa paham.
Ya boleh ada menggunakan bahasa Inggris, pertanyaan ini juga boleh menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Tapi bahasa Indonesia ya mudah dipahami oleh Profesor.
Volume kita kecil Pak ya, suara Pak ya.
Jadi agak panjang.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. It's very a lot of experience you can get from your explanation. Okay,
Question and answer. Okay, could I answer one question? I see in the question and answer. Ada pertanyaan, apakah maksudnya terhadap detrimental livelihood and food consumption strategy? Okay, is there any solution offered to solve this problem? So, what I mean by detrimental strategy, misalnya kalau masyarakat mengurangi makanan, itu strategi umum baik di Indonesia maupun di Australia kalau ada krisis seperti COVID ini kan. Itu juga banyak masyarakat Australia juga mengurangi makanan dan cuma makan karbohidrat. Maka sebenarnya ini sangat dilemis kan, maka kita harus coba, saya lihat pemerintah banyak strategi untuk membantu masyarakat seperti itu. Tapi sejauh mana mereka sempat membeli makanan yang ada protein. Maka kalau mengurangi ikan satu hari mungkin bukan masalah besar, tapi kalau tetap dikurangi akan muncul stunting kan. Dan itu sedih sekali kalau untuk anak yang mengurangi protein food ikan seperti ikan. Kalau di Aceh biasanya orang makan ikan. Other strategies that people take up, mereka bisa menjual aset, bisa sebenarnya ada semacam if we sit in the kampung, then there's the first thing they do, then there's more and deeper problems. Ada masalah yang lebih dalam. Makin susah keadaan mereka, makin banyak masalah seperti itu. Sebenarnya in the long term, we have to think about how we can revitalize the agricultural system of the poor and to how to make it more resilient. And this is where I think the concentration too much on rice, although rice is important, sawah sangat penting, jangan sawah aja, karena ada hasil penelitian dari Semeru kemarin, orang Indonesia, if we eat 1/3 dari makanan kita semestinya nasi, atau kalau di Australia kita makan potato atau kentang. Itu semestinya 1/3. Tapi kalau orang-orang desa bisa 80% atau 90% makanan mereka, itu nasi saja atau karbohidrat. Maka kita perlu mengajak masyarakat untuk menanam yang lain selain padi, selain sawah. Banyak orang di Aceh tidak, walaupun dulu berkebun, masyarakat muda tidak begitu berkebun dan kebun tidak seperti dulu. Maka kebudayaan membuka kebun yang dari dulu ada, waktu saya di Aceh awal di tahun 90-an masih ada kebudayaan itu dan masih tetap ada, tapi tidak diperhatikan oleh policy ya. Bagaimana semua bukit-bukit di Aceh yang ada kebun pohon-pohon, bagaimana itu dihidupkan kembali. Maka jangan kita memperhatikan sawah saja. Itu usulan saya antara yang lain ya. Sebenarnya itu kita perlu penelitian lebih lanjut. Kalau teman-teman di Aceh mau membantu, saya dengan senang hati mau melakukan penelitian seperti itu. Oke. Terima kasih ya.
Oke, thank you very much. Ini ada satu lagi pertanyaan dari Pak Pujanan. What process the corona is not resolved until this moment?
Bisa catat di catatan ya. I can't, really difficult to understand. Oh ya, ada pertanyaan ini. biasanya apa upaya dalam memperbaiki masalah ini? Maksudnya saya masalah ekonomi di COVID-19. So look, I think because I'm not an economist, maybe I should leave that to someone else. This is a huge question, and I think Indonesia banyak ahli ekonomi yang lebih menguasai bidang itu daripada saya. Saya pada dasarnya sosiolog, maka mungkin kalau ada teman lain yang bisa menjawab itu. There's another question here. So pandemik di Indonesia lebih lama dari negara lain. Sebenarnya itu tidak tentu seperti itu. Lihat Amerika, wah luar biasa pandemik di Amerika. Di Eropa juga luar biasa. Maka bukan Indonesia saja yang menderita dari pandemik ini. Maka saya semoga pandemik ini bisa diatasi sebelum terlalu lama dan kita harus belajar dari ini. Jangan kita pandemik lagi sesudah ini. Sebenarnya saya tidak ada solusi untuk itu. Apa maksudnya bagi hasil? Sebenarnya kalau kita duduk dengan petani, misalnya kalau saya memiliki sawah, saya kasih kepada teman atau orang-orang lain di kampung, dan saya cuma yang menyewa tanah itu dari saya, dia tidak menyewa. Kalau di Australia kita menyewa tanah, saya harus membayar dalam bentuk uang. Tapi biasanya di kampung orang yang menyewa tanah, waktu dia panen, 1/3 dari padi, dari hasil produksi, dia harus kembalikan kepada orang itu yang punya sawah. Nah, sistem itu sebenarnya yang itu satu alasan mengapa banyak petani di Aceh menjadi susah, menjadi rumit. Karena mereka mengurangi 1/3 dari hasil pertanian untuk yang punya tanah, sementara itu 1/3 untuk membayar hutang. Maka dari misalnya 10 ton padi, mereka cuma simpan 3 ton di belakang rumah. Dan dari itu mereka harus membayar semua. Maka biasanya sebelum panen kedua, sudah habis stok yang di belakang rumah. Maka ada yang bilang bahwa mengapa orang desa-desa itu tidak makan yang bergizi karena kurang pendidikan. Saya sebenarnya sebagai, kalau boleh bilang, saya sedikit keberatan dengan itu. Karena saya lihat orang-orang desa itu tidak tentu bodoh. Misalnya, waktu baru panen, dia makanan lengkap. Tapi makin dekat dengan panen kedua, karena simpanan sudah habis, mereka mulai makan yang kurang bagus. Maka itu bukan soal pendidikan saja, tapi banyak faktor-faktor yang lain. Walaupun juga ada faktor pendidikan, saya mengakui itu, tapi tidak 100%. Banyak faktor yang harus diperhatikan. Tapi makin dekat dengan panen kedua, karena simpanan sudah habis, mereka mulai makan yang kurang bagus. Maka itu bukan soal pendidikan saja, tapi banyak faktor-faktor yang lain. Walaupun juga okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah.
The time is over.
Okay.
We can give applause for our brothers.
Sorry everyone, I have to go. Terima kasih dan mohon maaf, saya harus ada acara lain ya. Okay, mari ya.
Okay, thank you.
Salam kepada semua teman di Aceh ya.
Goodbye, Prof.
Bye.
Right now, we would like to invite the keynote speaker. Is Associate Professor Dr. Yusri Muhammad Yusuf from University Malaysia University with the title of Vision Today, COVID-19 and Sustainability. We need time, we need We'll give you 20 minutes to present.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning everyone. Bisa dengar saya?
Bisa.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, to all participants of the conference. So first of all, it is an honor for me to join all of you at this conference. First and foremost, let me express my sincere and heartfelt gratitude and thanks to the organizing committee of this conference. So my most precious thank you goes to all the presenters, listeners, and observers who are coming online from different parts of the world to listen to this keynote speaker session. So today I'm going to talk on the topic of COVID-19 and sustainability. So before I proceed, let me introduce my background. So I'm a lecturer in the Faculty of Business, Economic and Social Development from University Malaysia Terengganu. As you can see at my back, our campus is very near to the beach. So that's why I'm choosing this background. So my area is in human resource management, more towards management as a whole, organizational behavior, and now towards green management. So looking at the topic, so this is my presentation outline, very quick presentation, very brief, even though you can see the 10 outlines in front of you, but it's okay, I try to limit the time for my presentation. To begin with, as the topic is on COVID-19 and sustainability, let me explain what sustainability is all about. So sustainability, the general and most used definition of sustainability is meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs. So as you are familiar with triple bottom line, so the triple bottom line principle has been introduced to describe the three pillars of sustainability, as you can see in the slide, so which is economic, environmental, and social. So let's go to the first one. Economic sustainability is vital to corporate financial success. So therefore, an organization must be able to produce goods and services. So in the context of the first keynote speaker is about production in terms of food. So that one is considered food, goods on a continual basis while also making a profit in order to survive. So we need to survive even though in the pandemic. Environmental sustainability considers the impact of business on the environment. So the conservation of natural resources is essential for sustainable economic production and intergenerational equity. So whereas for social, which is suit to the theme of the conference, which is the faculty coming from, social sustainability is embodies the humanitarian context of business, which emphasizes fairness in distribution and opportunity, and relates to issues of health and education, income inequality, and poverty. So therefore, we as a community that live in the planet, so we need to agree with the figure in front of all of you, save our planet resources. So moving on next, so we are familiar with SDG, which is Sustainable Development Goals. After this, I'm going to use short form SDG, which is the 17 goals for people, planet. So to make a brief awareness of SDG, the SDGs are a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and improve the life and prospect of everyone, everywhere. So we are in the remote location, so we are having only online conference. So the 17 goals that you can see in front of you were adopted by all UN member states in 2015 as part of the 2030 agenda for SDG, which set out of a 15-year plan to achieve the goals. So today, progress is being made in many places, including Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, different part of the world. But overall action to meet the goals is not yet advancing at the speed or scale required. 2020 needs to usher in a decade to ambitious action to deliver the goals by 2030. So we have 10 years more to go. So looking at the situation and also topic given to me, COVID-19 and sustainability. So now look at the trend of the COVID-19. You can see the COVID-19 is a global pandemic that has driven nearly every country around the world into some form of quarantine and economic shutdown for the duration of the crisis. So some figures and statistics, as you can see in the slide, are very familiar to all of you. Okay, different countries have different statistics. So the global COVID-19 pandemic has been tragic with loss of life, disruption of daily routines, a resurgence of xenophobia, stress on the medical system, job losses, okay, and harm to the economy. So we are blessed because we still can work and then can gain some of the salary. Overnight, life was interrupted worldwide, okay, forcing instantaneous shift in how we exist. Okay. If there ever a time that says bad news sell, so this is it. Okay, so now we need to marry between COVID-19 and sustainability. What are the progress toward SDGs? So the impact of COVID-19 on the global economy will be more intense and long-lasting than those felt during the 2008-2009 global financial crisis, because we don't know where the virus ends. So this impact poses a serious threat to the development prospects of less industrious nations and to the realization of the UN SDGs by 2030. Nevertheless, the UN remains optimistic as it launched a plan to defeat the virus and build a better world. Before the pandemic, okay, progress in attaining all the 17 SDGs has been mixed. Although extreme poverty and infant and maternal mortality have declined since 2000. Okay, low-income countries have achieved less poverty reduction, and this progress came at the expense of other important goals, especially the 5 environmental SDGs from SDG 15 and 11 until 15. Moving on, some of the statistics that I can show, you can see the reference at the bottom of the slide. So you can get the full article from the slide. Okay, COVID-19 is actually hit developing countries, especially Malaysia, Indonesia, okay, is actually very hard. We need to face this situation. Developing countries are highly vulnerable to the COVID-19 pandemic, okay, in part due to lack of international support for ensuring progress toward the 17 SDGs. As figure shows, okay, the pandemic is likely to adversely impact 12 of the 17 goals, okay, almost 100%, okay. This will occur at a critical juncture for some of the SDGs, okay. 736 million people still alive in extreme poverty, 821 million are undernourished, 785 million people lack even basic drinking water services, and 673 million still practice open defecation. About 3 million people lack clean cooking, fuels and technology, and of the 840 million people without electricity, 87% live in rural areas. So 28 poor countries, okay, are unlikely to attain SDG 1 until 4, 6, and 7 by 2030. So we as a top management, we are as a government, we need to pay attention how we want to achieve SDG in 10 years time. Okay, as you can see in this slide as well, although global carbon dioxide emission have fallen sharply during the pandemic, the trend in recent years has been rising emissions and growth in energy use from fossil fuel sources outpace the rise of low carbon sources and activities, especially in developing countries, okay, Malaysia and Indonesia, Thailand, and other countries in Asia. The pandemic could further undermine progress toward SDG 13, okay, which is climate action, by reducing the commitment to the global climate action. As you can see, this one is coming from UN 2020. You can refer the website. You can refer to the figure 5 or from the website. So coming on next, okay, what are the general impact of economics towards in relation to COVID-19, which is one of the pillars of sustainability. So when coming to the economic impacts, the initial concerns among key stakeholders confirm their preoccupation with the impact of the COVID-19 on economic growth. The social and economic impact of COVID-19 are unprecedented and continue to unveil themselves. Okay, the expected globalization is expected to be worse than the 2000 till 2009 financial crisis. Remember, so during that time, we already feel stressed, but during this pandemic, much more stressful. While the longer aspect depends on when the virus peaks. Okay, the UN Trade and Development Agency estimate the cost to the global economy in 2020 will be around USD 1 trillion. However, this may be optimistic due to the uncertainty of the length of the epidemic, okay, its spread and impact and differing government policy responses. In the first quarter of 2020, global financial collapse due to or accelerated by a global economic shutdown, fear and uncertainty about the future. During February 2020, the USA S&P 500 fell over 30%. Contributing a factor including interruptions to international supply chains and reduced trade due to business closures in China, Europe, and elsewhere as the virus spreads. Okay, and disruption to economic activity through removal of the labor force because of infections, mortality, social distancing, and then now physical distancing, and also lockdown, aimed at interrupting the transmission of the virus, very active. Okay, this forced jump to remote working. So like us now today, I'm working from office, may herald positive and permanent change for some, but not all work can be done remotely. For example, in travel, agriculture, like the first speaker have mentioned just now, and also manufacturing. International travel, okay, I'm also no patient bila boleh saya balik my second kampung, which is Indonesia. So when a virus can end, so that I can go to Indonesia. But I don't know, just pray to the God lah, so that we can virus over. So international travel has enabled the rapid spread of the epidemic, highlighting the interconnectedness of economies. Travel restrictions have grown significantly, with many governments imposing either a total or partial border closure maybe emergency case, you are allowed to come to Malaysia, and also you are allowed to go out from Malaysia, for example. While airlines are grounding flights, okay, you can see at the airport many planes are parking at the airport. That one is incur cost. Okay, further reducing international trade and tourism. Indeed, many airlines may face bankruptcy. Okay, unprecedented level of unemployment loom, and the need for government support may force governments to take um, on uncomfortably high level of debt. Okay, as many sectors in the economy require support. So a pandemic causes huge uncertainty and makes the vulnerability and fragility of the current economic system visible. Okay. In addition to that, the high uncertainty make it difficult to predict. Okay, what is your long-term effect, our long-term life of the pandemic will be. Since the emergence of the virus approximately, okay, about 11 months already, 11 months ago, the economic impact of COVID-19 have received by far the greatest concentration of attention to date, which is until November 2020. Proceed with non-financial impact on COVID-19, which is on the social impact from the sustainability second pillars. In addition to the aforementioned economic impact of COVID-19 just now, the pandemic poses a threat to a sustainable development. In particular, it may endanger the implementation of the UN SDGs, which are set to be reached by 2030. So such impact are already negative to rich countries. So they are likely to be felt more strongly across developing nations like Malaysia, Indonesia, okay, USA much more affected because they are huge country, which do not have the capacity or the resources to cope with many economic and social challenges inflicted by the disease. So some of the social impact you can see here, like SDG number 1, so it decrease in economic activities lead to income reduction and accelerate poverty. Zero hunger, food production, like the first speaker mentioned just now, may be affected and lead to decrease in the access to food. Okay, number 3, high facilities overloaded. Okay, like to other disease, like you can see that what happened in the hospital, mental health problem due to the isolation. So then next one, closure of school, when the impact of quality education, internet access, all online, student access to the internet. So next one, gender equality when coming to the pandemic. So some of the ladies, you cannot go to facial, massage is also affect your treatment. This is also related to SDG number 5. So number 8, companies have been forced to shut down, small business affected, unemployment will increase. In fact, now also unemployment increasing. Reduce inequality. So this one, COVID-19 impact the inequality in terms of economic and whatsoever. And then in terms of SDG 16, increase likelihood of conflict. Conflict if everywhere. Okay, countries may lay the blame for the situation on others. So you are now tuding jari, saling tuduh menuduh. So we are not blame. So many parts of the world and in fact in the community try to blaming each other. So now coming to the environmental effect of COVID-19, the global disruption caused by the COVID-19 has brought about several effects on the environment and climate due to the movement restriction and a significant slowdown of social and economic activities. Air quality has improved in many cities with a reduction in water pollution in different parts of the world. So besides increase of use of PPE, for example, face mask, okay, hand glove, etc., okay, hand sanitizer, okay, their hazard disposal and generation of a huge amount of hospital waste has negative impacts on the environment. both positive and negative impact of the environment you can see in this slide lah. So you can take a full reading from this article, Rumor et al. 2020. Okay, what are the potential strategies of environmental sustainability? It is assumed that all these environmental consequences are short-term. Okay, so it is high time to make a proper strategy for long-term benefit, as well as sustainable environmental management. So the COVID-19 pandemic has elicited a global response and made us united. Okay, like we are from Padraka, we are unit in this conference. So to share on the COVID-19 in several aspects, okay, and how to win against the virus. Okay, similarly, to protect this globe, the home of human beings, united effort of the countries should be imperative. So therefore, some possible strategies are proposed for the global environmental sustainability, as you can see in this slide. So now I'm moving towards the end, just a little bit sharing. So how COVID-19 redefines the concept of sustainability. Okay, so in the earlier slide, so you can relate what is definition of the 3 pillars of sustainability. So how this can be redefined with the situation of COVID-19. So until now, most attention in the literature was paid to the medical aspect of the pandemic. So as in many countries, the first peak of the infection and the hospital admission is over, okay, overwhelming. The attention moved toward the social. So not only from the 3 pillars just now, which is social, society, economic, and environment impacts. So they contribute to an in-depth assessment on how the epidemic was dealt with and the lesson learned to the future. Okay. So according to Hakovita and Denuara 2020, so they propose to rethink and redefine the concept of sustainability as the intersection of the economy, okay, environment, society, and human health. The significance of adding human health as one of the sustainability development goals can be seen through the result of the current COVID-19 pandemic. It is practically impossible for life to go on as usual when the health of the society quite dramatically affected down due to the human health risks of global magnitude. So without human, so dunia tak boleh berjalan. So that one is one additional new pillars that has been suggested, which is human health. Earlier, the sustainability pillars has been addressing issues that touch all of us and connect us globally. Economic, social, and environmental issues as such, and the role of human health has been seen more as a local, much more important at the individual level topic. So interestingly, in the sustainable development goals, it can be seen that the third goal, which is good health, okay, very relevant to these new pillars. This obviously include the human health aspect that we desire to include in the new definition of sustainability. However, it is important to distinguish the difference between the UN sustainability definition. Remember, UN have their own definition and the 3 pillars. So the 3 pillars that has been stated earlier are the most widely used definition of sustainability, with health not being an aspect of it. So from a conceptual perspective, so the authors, okay, from the bottom of the slide, so they feel that by adding the human health as the 4th pillar of or dimension to the overall definition of sustainability is a logical and timely and valid redefinition step, evidenced by the overwhelming importance of health. So you can see what the first line, what are the function of nurses try to deal with the patients of COVID-19. They are And in fact, the fear of losing it and depicted by the current COVID-19 crisis. So they are in high risk job in order to minimize the numbers of COVID-19 patients. So looking at some examples of UN SDGs, so SDG 2, which is no hunger, is important requirement for every individual to have access to. So however, in the increase overall wealth and that the economic pillars is responsible because we are talking about money, profit, and every single sense in the business, most humans will not experience hunger. So further, in the countries where a majority of people experience hunger, third world country, maybe some part of Malaysia, some part of Indonesia, it is mostly due to struggling economy and corrupt political environment, okay, which the social pillars account for. No hunger is an important goal for a society to aim towards, but it does not need to be separate pillar due to the fact that two other pillars, economy and society, include it in their actions. Okay, so last but not least, so hopefully, so this presentation and synopsis that you can gain from my presentation will provide you a solid basis for advancing research in these domains. So before I end, I would like to thank again to the organizing committee for inviting me as a keynote speaker together with distinguished speakers before and after me for this conference. I look forward for many years of meaningful and fruitful collaboration with UNIMA and other universities, and cordially invite all of you coming to University Malaysia Terengganu. We are close to the beach. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy my presentation. Okay, over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, audiences and participants. Now we are in the discussion and question session. Please mention your name and where you come from. We can use bahasa Indonesia and also bahasa Malaysia and also English. You can ask for our doctor because it is very important to discuss about the COVID-19 pandemic. Boleh dalam bahasa Malaysia dan boleh dalam bahasa Indonesia. Jadi dokter, kalau di Malaysia bagaimana keputusan pemerintah mengatasi COVID-19 di negara kita tercinta ini di Malaysia? Bagaimana keputusannya mengurus dan mengatasi COVID-19 di Malaysia sampai ada lockdown dan sebagainya?
Okey, terima kasih Pak Pengerusi. So jika saya boleh ulang kembali soalan yang ditanya, bagaimana Malaysia mengatasi COVID-19, betul ke? Okey, bagaimana Malaysia COVID-19? Kita pun ada speaker daripada UUM. So salah satunya sebelum ni kita lockdown satu negara bermula dari Mac hingga Julai. Okey, secara kasarnya. So semua negeri lockdown and then in the form of quarantine. Then after that sampai satu tahap case sampai single digit. Okay, bila single digit, so we open to the economy, open balik untuk opening school, campus, and then in fact for school still online. So kita buka secara keseluruhan in July and somewhere in August. And then until now, because of the good situation of we have one single digit of case, So kita akan during that time Malaysia beroperasi seperti biasa with strong SOP lah, standard operating procedure, penjarakan sosial, and then wearing mask, sanitizer and whatsoever. And then now case di Malaysia semakin meningkat, even 1,000 over. So what Malaysia did, they not close all the state. They close by country, satu negeri kepada satu negeri. So yang negeri yang tidak ada banyak kes, dia still buka seperti biasa, sekolah beroperasi seperti biasa, ekonomi beroperasi seperti biasa. Dan sebagai contoh Kuala Lumpur, Putrajaya, Selangor, dia memang dalam phase work from home. And then in fact kes di Sabah semakin meningkat. Why peningkatan ni berlaku? Because of immigrants from Sabah datang bekerja ke negeri Sabah, masuk di Sabah, and then kes berlaku pada penjara. So we cannot tutup seluruh negeri because akan melemahkan ekonomi Malaysia. So that's we relate with sustainability economic pillars lah. So one of the aspect of the what Malaysia did a very good job. Secondly, Malaysia juga like until now student juga still work from have kuliah, mata kuliah daripada rumah, yang tu adalah salah satu untuk mengatasi COVID-19. Selain itu juga government juga memberi insentif pinjaman dan juga stok untuk pembayaran pinjaman untuk tempoh 5 hingga 6 bulan kepada businesses untuk buat sebagai seed money kepada yang dibuang kerja lah, untuk mengatasi membantu peningkatan ekonomi bagi negara Malaysia. Dan in fact travel juga restrict. And in fact kita tak boleh keluar negara, and then masyarakat luar juga tak boleh masuk Malaysia, provided with strong cases lah, emergency, that one you are allowed, but again you need to be quarantined in a hotel yang telah ditentukan oleh kerajaan Malaysia for 14 days, sebelum untuk masuk ke sepenuhnya ke kediaman masing-masing lah. There are some of the government that try to prevent the virus untuk lebih menular di Malaysia. So yang tu yang boleh saya share lah, mengatasi COVID bagi government Malaysia.
Oke, thank you very much, Dokter. Ini waktu yang diangkat tadi cuma 20 menit, jadi dengan ucapan ribuan terima kasih, di mana Dokter dapat menghadiri International Conference on Social Science and Political Science Humanities 2020 di Universitas Mantu Saleh, Blok Semawi. Terima kasih atas many things. Lord, thank you very much for you joining us in this point, and see you next time maybe in Malaysia or in Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Okay, is it? I cannot hear you clearly, so now turn to third speaker or you ask question. Okay, maybe I can take one question from the chat board. I am Muhammad Zawil Kiram from Marmara University, Turkey. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would like to ask about how COVID-19 on the SDG number 5, which is gender equality. How COVID-19 affected women, especially in household. Is there any significant impact in family, such as housework distribution in family or domestic violence? especially during lockdown time where all members are at home. Thank you so much. All right. So on the SDG number 5, so its impact when you are, for example, I give the situation when you have appointment, for example, the treatment, facial, so you need to stop. So it maybe it's affect a bit of your face. So like I mentioned in the earlier slide, in terms of treatment, massage, so some of the ladies need to uh, buat appointment dengan beautician ataupun specialist in terms of their penjagaan diri lah. So COVID-19, how they affect household? Yes, of course, working from home, ada pro and cons, and in fact support from the organization is very important. So you need to provide strong lines of internet, and then in fact husband also need to play a role. Okay, I give you example, women working from home while they are working, so ada pro and cons. So let's say in Malaysia, okay, Singaporean, Malaysian yang bekerja di Singapura tak boleh balik ke Malaysia. And then ada juga dalam kes COVID-19 sekarang ni, so work from home is actually good for the family. Okay, contohnya ada company yang melepaskan pekerja dia balik ke Terengganu. And then during that time, that one is kebaikan lah untuk pasangan tersebut. They can together during COVID-19. So yang duduk berjauhan tu of course disadvantage lah. You need to, the moral support is need to be there. In fact, actually because of the time limitation, I can share this one in terms of domestic violence. Okay, is also covered in my also in terms of domestic violence. Yes, of course. Lockdown memang banyak, in fact dalam bentuk scammer. So you receive call, people ask you for tag number. I don't know Indonesia also, when you use online banking, semua sekali semua duduk di rumah. So please be careful in terms of your security code, your IC number, passport number. Okay, when people are at home, yes, it feels stressful. Some of you are happy. So it depends on the situation lah. So again, so if women in fact during research, so grant pun kalau dekat Malaysia, in fact in my campus as well, if you propose topic on gender inequality in relation to SDG 5, high chances you will get that allocation to continue research, especially in relation with COVID-19. Okay, Mr. Chairman, over to you. Okay, maybe the third speaker now, is it? Prof. Peter.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next keynote speaker is Professor Peter Charles Taylor from Moorcock University, Australia, with title Representation Transformative STEM Education for Sustainable. So we give a time just only 20 minutes. I hope that you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing from the chairman, but I think you said I should go ahead, so I will do. It's lovely to be with you, although it would be even lovelier if we could be together. I visited Loxamawi 2 years ago, and I have very fond memories of a lovely little town and some wonderful people. I must thank the organisers of the committee for inviting me, and in particular Dr. Ratri Chandrasari for helping me to become well organised for today's presentation. I want to talk to you today about a way forward, how we can engage in a form of education, particularly in the area of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, how that form of education can be used to address the problems of the many problems of the second speaker raised with us and address the sustainability goals. So the title of my talk, Transformative STEAM Education for a Sustainable World. Now you'll probably recognize part of that term, STEAM. STEM is well known, and we're adding the A. The A stands for the arts, and I'll speak to you more about that as I go along. Well, we have seen the development of miracles in the 20th century into the 21st century as a result of the Industrial Revolution 4.0, commonly called the digital era. There's a couple of images here to demonstrate the wonderful progress that we've made in robotics and in health and in farming. However, this area of development is not without its problems. And one of the huge problems we have is that the era we've just entered into is having a major impact on the Earth's natural systems. This has recently been called the Anthropocene epoch. It's the epoch before us was the Holocene, and now geologists and geophysicists are saying that we've entered a new era, a new epoch, called the Anthropocene. It actually had its beginnings way back in the Industrial Revolution 1.0 in the 1800s, when we began to burn fossil fuels. So the authors of this article say that the human imprint, our imprint, yours and mine, on the global environment has now become so large and active that it rivals some of the great forces of nature in its impact on the functioning of the Earth system. In other words, we are impacting to our own detriment the air systems, the marine systems, and the land systems. And we really do need to take this seriously. There have been a number of reports recently that have highlighted, scientific reports that highlight the problem that we have of environmental unsustainability. Global warming, the International Panel on Climate Change releases reports about every 6 months, which give us measures of the amount of carbon dioxide, for example, in the atmosphere, and tell us that we have until 2050 in order to reduce the amount of emissions that we're putting into the atmosphere in order to keep global warming at its current levels and not go beyond that. Another great problem we're facing is plastic pollution. The World Economic Forum has given us some dire warnings about the amount of plastics that have entered into the marine environment. And they're telling us that there's more plastic by weight in the ocean than there are fish. And one of the big problems with that, of course, is that these plastics break down into little micro and nanoplastic particles. They don't dissolve like sugar in tea, but they break down into small particles and they enter into the food chain. And the food chain, and of course, there's a huge amount of fishing goes on. In Indonesia, I've eaten so much beautiful ikan in Indonesia, and I wonder, how much plastic I am ingesting when I'm doing that. The third major area of environmental unsustainability is loss of biodiversity as a result of clearing of the land for agriculture, and that includes many of the natural forests that we have on Earth. Sumatra Kalimantan is a case in point, as is the Amazon. with the loss of biodiversity, we are encroaching more and more onto the remnants of our wonderful tropical rainforests. And there have been some interesting reports come out to say that the source of COVID, a zoonotic disease, could well be from the wild animals in these remaining natural forests. And because of our cutting down of the forests, we're getting closer and closer contact with these animals and the diseases that they carry. So those are some of the major issues that we really need to try to resolve urgently. And as we can see, they're having a global impact at the moment. And the worst is yet to come unless we do something about that. And this is where I want to introduce values education. A recent report called Bending the Curve of Biodiversity Loss from the Director General of the World Wildlife Fund International, he says, a deep cultural and systemic shift is urgently needed, one that so far our civilization has failed to embrace, a transition to a society and economic system that values nature, not just economics and money, but values nature. We must rebalance our relationship with the planet to preserve the Earth's amazing diversity of life and enable a just, healthy, and prosperous society, and ultimately to ensure our own survival. And I think that's a point that the previous speaker highlighted about the importance of health, healthy citizenship. Another very important environmentalist who was involved in the United Nations Sustainable Development Program recently published a book, and in that he said, I used to think the top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. And I thought that 30 years of good science could address these problems. I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with these, we need a cultural and spiritual transformation. And we scientists don't really know how to do that. And this is the crux of what I want to talk to you about today. How can we enable the teaching of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to actually embrace values education in order to prepare our students with the right knowledge and skills and attitudes and competencies that they can go forward and address these problems, particularly if they're going to be teachers going into schools in rural and remote areas. The United Nations released a plan called the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And in there are three basic principles. We must focus on improving the well-being of humanity and the planet, not just the planet, but humanity as well. The two are totally interlinked and interdependent. This is an intergenerational commitment, as the second speaker just outlined. We have to think about the impact that we are having on the world in terms of our children and their children, and so on and so on and so on. An intergenerational commitment to ensure that future generations are going to be endowed with a world that is safe and healthy. And of course, to do this, we must invoke a moral imperative. And this is about developing and promoting and educating our young people into ethical values. And I'll have some more to say about that in just a moment. Typically, in traditional teaching of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and I've been a teacher in those areas for almost 40 years, we have the following: the outer world of objects and systems and patterns, and the inner world that students bring with them into the classroom. Now, typically in teaching STEM subjects in schools and even in teacher education programs in universities, we get the students to put all of their focus on the outer world, to understand about the object systems and patterns of the world outside of themselves. And we put a little bit of focus on the inner world of the students in terms of helping them to understand about the outer world. But we don't really give them much opportunity to understand about themselves. The types of values that we get them to develop values of objectivity, where they make their own values and their own beliefs and their own feelings, put them aside in order to develop this objective knowledge about the external world. I'll just refer you to a book by Linda Jean Shepherd called Lifting the Veil, The Feminine Face of Science. Linda Shepherd is a biochemist, and she's written a wonderful book that I've been reading just recently. And she contrasts what she calls the two faces of science, the masculine face of science and the feminine face of science. So typically, science as we know it, as we've experienced ourselves as students, and then as teachers in schools and universities, typically has a masculine face. In other words, and this goes back historically to the early 1800s, 1500s, in fact, in Europe, when natural history suddenly transformed into something called modern science. So typically, the view of nature is something that is out there beyond us that we need to tame and exploit. And the scientists take a reductionist approach. They take some variables, extract them from the natural world, and examine the relationship between these tiny parts using what we call cold logic, analytical, deductive, propositional logic. And there's not much room in there from emotions, feelings, and intuition and dreaming. This is very much an objective approach, as I mentioned a moment ago, where you leave a lot of your humanity aside and just get on with the job of reducing the natural world to several interlocking variables. It's a very mechanistic view of the world. Newton talked about the world as a huge clockwork mechanism. And the idea is that if you could understand the small parts and put them all back together again, you'd understand the whole. I use this notion of the myth of Apollo, a Greek god, to represent the masculine face of science. And I'll bring him back into the picture in just a moment. Now, Linda Shepherd spends a lot of really productive time in her book contrasting the masculine with the feminine view. And I'll just hasten to add that masculine does not necessarily mean biological male, and feminine doesn't necessarily mean biological female. Within each one of us, both men and women, we have both of these faces, but we tend to males tend to be largely masculine, and we talk about a patriarchal society, and women tend to be more feminine, but that is not necessarily endowed upon us. It's not inevitable. And the argument here is that men can develop their feminine side and women can develop their masculine side. So with the feminine view of science, there's a connection or a love of nature. It's understanding how the parts that we examine belong to the broader context of science. For example, how we as individuals are actually an integral part of the biosphere of our planet. We're not separate from it. We're part of it. The understanding that feminine science brings is a warm empathy, bringing their feelings and their intuition into their investigations of the natural world and bringing their subjectivity into the foreground. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the subjectivity, the I and the me and the we, rather than the it. So this is an organic view of science. And I use the myth of Isis, an Egyptian goddess, to represent the feminine face of science. Now, at the moment, if you're using binary logic, saying A or B, you can't have both of these, then I'm going to just let you know that that's not the case. Linda Shepherd argues that we need to have both faces of science operating at the same time, or perhaps interchangeably. And I'll represent this by bringing Apollo and Isis together into a warm embrace. And as Linda Shepherd said, as we discover more about nature, we discover more about ourselves. So going back to the way in which we teach science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, what I'm arguing here is that we don't just get students to focus on the world out there, but on the world inside themselves at the same time. So how do we do this? I'm calling this a socially responsible view of STEM education. So you can see on the right-hand side with the inner world of students, we're now expanding their educational experiences so that they bring their feelings, their emotions into the foreground. They learn to connect not just with the natural world, but with each other through empathy. And they begin to expand their values from objectivity into a set of eco-justice values, ethical values. So what we have here in our students, and this is so important if we're going to send new science STEM teachers out into our schools to help our students to become more fully human, we're asking them to develop not just their objective knowledge, but their subjective knowledge, their knowledge of themselves as well. Bringing the two together is a holistic view of our understanding of the world and ourselves. So what is transformation when I talk about transformative STEAM education? There's a couple of images that might just play on your imagination for a moment. It's perhaps about understanding what's framing our worldview and perhaps looking out beyond that framework. It's like the chicken whose world is inside the egg, and suddenly it breaks the egg and comes out and, oh, a paradigm shift. The world is much larger and much more complex and interesting and exciting than I thought it was inside the shell. And as the caterpillar said to the butterfly, "You've changed." And the butterfly says, "Yeah, we're supposed to. We're supposed to go through a transformation, a metamorphosis. We're not supposed to stay the same all our lives. We're meant to become more fully human." Now I'll turn to Claire Zammit, who is a counsellor, and she's written a book recently called The Feminine Power Breakthrough. And she defines transformation in the following terms: psychological, that is a profound change in understanding of ourselves, of our inner worlds. Convictional, a profound change in values and vision about other people and about nature, that is about the outer world. And behavioural is about developing a profound change in our social roles and practices, focusing on both the inner and outer worlds together. So STEM education on the left-hand side focuses on developing disciplinary knowledge, disciplinary skills, and those limited values of objectivity that I referred to earlier. What we're now looking at is, on the right-hand side, developing more than that, developing students' transformative capabilities, helping them to go from the caterpillar to the butterfly stage. So those capabilities include learning to be critically self-reflective, finding out where your values come from, and asking ourselves, are they appropriate values to address the global problems in the world around us? Empathic understanding. We can't really overcome our antagonisms and our violences to our loved ones and to our culturally different others unless we have empathic understanding that we can decenter from our egotistic selves and reach out and embrace the culturally different other and nature, the natural world. And this is where ethical and moral values are so important. We can't afford to educate our kids simply in objectivity alone. It is important. It's part of the masculine face of science, but we also must bring the feminine face of science into our classrooms and help our students to develop their ethical and moral values. Critical social thinking looks around the world and says, what are the problems? What's the source of the problems? For example, with plastic shopping bags, why do we use plastic shopping bags? Yes, they are convenient, but on the other hand, what is the cost to the environment? And whose interests are best served by producing and selling and making available the shopping bags? So this is a critical social perspective on industry, on economics. And finally, practical agency is about helping our students not just to learn all of this in a theoretical way in the classroom, but to go outside of the classroom into their local communities, into their families, and for teachers who are becoming new teachers, student teachers, to go out into the schools and to be agents of change, to bring all these new transformative capabilities into their teaching practices. This is where the arts are so important. I don't think STEM alone can just achieve that. It needs help. Teachers of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics need some further professional development. And what better place can they turn to than the arts? Arts education, which is the source of creativity, developing the imagination, the source of how do we develop our sense of beauty? I mean, it's so important not just to understand that the natural world is essential, but to appreciate its beauty. And that's a feeling thing, that's an emotional thing. Ethics, as I've said, is such an important issue here. Ethics of eco-justice and ethics of social justice. Having a conscience about, you know, making the world a better place, and having a sense of I should be helping to do this in my own life and in the lives of others, particularly if you're a teacher. And rhetoric, developing the ability to speak and write in a very persuasive, communicative way to help other people, as educators should do, to develop their own consciousness. So I'll give you one quick example here of where this is all taking place. And I'm very happy to say that Dr. Yulia Ramwati, who's now recently made head of chemistry education at Universitas Negeri Jakarta, in her Master of Teaching program, she develops in her students both chemistry knowledge and skills from the discipline and these transformative learning capabilities. She focuses on situating chemicals into their everyday use. So when you're talking about, look at that box down the bottom, organic chemistry, she can have her students focus on what are the health effects of preservatives in food, formalin in food. As I mentioned before, when you're studying polymers, you know, what's the side effect here of the plastic waste and pollution? Electrolytes, energy drinks, are they good for us? Are they good for our health if we consume lots and lots and lots of drinks that give us a buzz, for example, and all that sugar that we're consuming at the same time, and so on and so on. Use cooking oil, use batteries, you know. What is the impact of the side effects of the use of chemicals in everyday life? And she engages her master's students in action research projects where they investigate what we call ethical dilemmas. That is the economics on the one side versus the health on the other side. And there is a tension between these two things, the profit-making interests of business and industry versus the health interests of people and communities. And how do these two things fit together? There is a tension there. And how do we argue for a resolution between those competing interests? So ethical dilemmas is such an important strategy, new pedagogy for helping our students, particularly students who are going to be teachers, in this case of chemistry in our local schools, to bring much more than the knowledge and skills of chemistry discipline into the classrooms in the schools throughout Indonesia. So just summing up here, transformative STEAM education for a sustainable world, 4 aspects of it. First is having the understanding and the commitment to developing a socially responsible STEM education, bringing the ethical values of sustainability into the mix so that expands students' awareness of the role of STEM in the world around them. Developing in students these transformative capabilities, helping them to develop their own higher conscience and to bring ethical values of sustainability into their own lives and practices. And finally, for teachers of STEM subjects, reaching out to colleagues and collaborating on curriculum development in an interdisciplinary manner. There's a book that we are publishing that will be coming out early next year. My good wife, Dr. Elizabeth Lily Taylor, and myself are editing the book, and we're having contributions from our graduate students and colleagues in Australia, Nepal, and I'm pleased to say Indonesia as well. Jakarta, as I mentioned, also UNISA and UNIMED in Medan. And we're covering the elementary, secondary, pre-service and postgraduate levels of education. The book will demonstrate how STEAM education is being put into practice at these different levels by bringing the arts into STEM disciplines. So I'll leave you with one little joke here. The earth without art is just air. And if it's just air, it's not really worth much, is it? Bringing the arts into STEM education enhances our appreciation of the inherent value of our planet and its ecosystems and its diverse species and our own participation and belonging in the biosphere, the interdependence between humanity and the natural world, with a commitment to future generations and intergenerational moral and ethical commitment. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are in the discussion and question session. Please mention your name and where are you from? Professor, what does the traditional skill learning mean? Would you like to explain me more?
I'm sorry, I only caught about 3 words from that question. As the previous speakers were requesting, it would be very helpful if you could write your question in the Q&A section of the Zoom program or in the chat section, and then I could read it, make sense of it, and respond accordingly. Thank you.
The other one, would you like to ask to our professor? The time is 2 minutes more.
Sorry. The acoustics coming from the room that you're sitting in are not the best. It sounds an echo chamber. It's very, very hard to hear and to understand.
Okay, I have no question more. The time is over. Thank you very much for your joining in this webinar, and see you next time. So that very, very important thing what you want to explain for us today, and I hope Dr. Professor will come in another time in another place. And thank you very much.
I think I understand. Thank you. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, next will be present or delivered by David.
For the first market, we will the Professor Samsudi was born on September 25th, 1970. then has PhD in international relations of international relations University of Malaysia. Can you hear Professor Hamdi? Can you hear me? Professor Hamdi, can you hear me? Hello.
I think the chairperson call for Mr. Samsudin, or maybe your turn. I cannot hear also.
Hello. Hello. Is it my turn?
Enggak. Pakai itu. Oh, halo. Professor Samsudin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Is it my turn? Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And can you hear me too? Okay, let's.
Is it my turn? I just. Hello. Is it my turn? Isn't it?
We cannot be understand, yeah. Mechanical trouble sometimes. I think we should continue. Again, we can start now. For the efficiency, I would like to ask you to make it simple, the presentation in 20 to 25 minutes only. Maybe you can start your presentation, Professor.
Yes. It's my turn, isn't it? Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Samantha. For the in the first place, thank you very much for inviting me in this very important conference.
Mm-hmm.
And my great also to my colleagues and my fellow keynote speakers, the attendees. So good afternoon. Okay, I'm Samsudin El Taya. I'm now attached in the newly created Bangsamoro autonomous government in Muslim Mindanao as a head of research. So today I'm going to talk about management, how the Philippine government managed the 2000 the coronavirus 19, the pandemic. So I think I look more on the politics. Mainly, I'm looking to things here. What are those the measures or policy adopted by the Philippine government, especially under Philippine President Duterte, and how this policy implemented that led to not many are talking about what we call the politics of the pandemic. So it's really like the issue of the problem that I'm going to talk later on. If you look at the first Philippine government, what are those actions? I will go directly. What are those actions or measures adopted by the Philippine government? So mainly on the March 7, 2020, so when the Department of Health raised some alert so about the coronavirus, the issue of coronavirus. And then later it was followed by the Department of Trade and Industry. And later on March 9, 2020, 16, March 16, 2020, Philippine President signed proclamation number 19, declaring a state of emergency in the Philippines, in the whole country. So this the declaration mainly specifically talking about the price control, the granting of interest free, and some others. Because I'm not really concerned about too much detailing this, but I'm concerned about what are these specific policy and how this policy politicized, especially when it comes to implementation. So there's issues there. So I think I need to share. And then another important power given to the president given by the president, by the Congress, the Philippine Congress, 3 months. So the issue of authorizing the Philippine president in exercise of the realignment of the budget and some other purposes. So what happened when it comes to the implementation, especially those specific I mentioned about special appropriation and special assistant health or program for the people, for the victims of this pandemic. So what really a big issue that I think is important to discuss is I mentioned just now is how this the pandemic was politicized. One, as a result of this emergency, as a result of this policy, so all the local government units, so they were authorized to some extent to use the special funds, emergency funds. So with this access to emergency funds, then that start the real politics, because they can use those funds less it is less scrutiny under the normal laws that lies mainly on the COA or the commission. So they have the free will to do that one. So with this comes the issue of misuse of those money. Though some you can see it reaches to its the targeted people that they targeted benefits, but most of those the funds, if you see, so it went somewhere, I mean, it didn't read exactly. And the second thing I think is very important here is the issue of the control. So because of this pandemic, that I mean, the local government, especially when it was implemented, what we call them, and the quarantine. So when this quarantine implemented, so they have the power to do so. So what did some in some I think maybe even mostly. So they use this power mainly is mainly not really to address the problem, but rather to staple those whom they believe, those whom they feel that it is against them. Especially I'm talking about the opponent. So the real issue here, as I mentioned, is it's not really an intention of policy itself, but rather it was lies on the implementation, where some of those irresponsible politicians, the local politicians, so some sort of misusing, misleading, and so on. So by this situation, that's why there was some sort of panicking. So that has a far-reaching implication in terms of our economy, in terms of the social the issues, in terms of education, and so on, so forth. So why I think this exactly happened, I think, if you look at the context of the Philippines, I think those policy that it was crafted from the very beginning, it is not really well formulated for simple reason, because there's a lack of partnership between the Philippine government and those the academician and the experts. So they suspect each other. So that's why I observe that most of those policy, those the adopted by the government, especially in the local, because they have some authority given to. It is poorly formulated because of those issue of they don't have a good relationship between those in power or the local government and those especially the academician and some other group. So and then another issue surrounding here in the local is some police, especially in this power. So they are using this pandemic as a justification and a move so that that 2022 election will not push through. So in short, what I'm trying to use here, despite the effort of our president to address some and these, so but because of some of those in the local government unit, the local politicians, so that's why it creates some a problem. So that's why you can see, if you look at the percentage. So the COVID in the Philippines has become a very serious according to the numbers. So some say even we are the land of the COVID. The Philippines is the land of the COVID. But one thing I think I want to share. I think those facts, those percentage or the data that it has shown, I think there's some something there that we need to scrutinize, because some local some politicians in the respective provinces, so usually there's some that we heard that they wanted more COVID positive. So as a result of that one, even those the patients that they are not positive, some even they had the accident. I got the accident, and when come out from the hospital, and then later on the families just knew that they were positive COVID. So what I'm trying to see here is the COVID is there. But the problem that we are facing here is local the politicians usually exaggerated. They exaggerated the COVID for their own respective political interests. So as a result of that, that's why you can see, and until now, even like yesterday, so I saw so thousands of those confirmed positive according to the Department of Health. So I think that's all. That's only that I can talk. So thank you very much, and then I will hand over to the organizer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your short and briefly presentation, Professor Samsudin. Maybe we should wait for some question for the participant. Any participant would like to give a question for Professor Samsudin, please?
Yes, sure.
Is there any question for the participant for Professor Samsudin? No? Okay. It means that your presentation may be very short and very short to be understand. Maybe some trouble makes some noise that participant couldn't hear so clearly, but we can understand it. Thank you very much for Professor Samsudin. For the next keynote speaker,
Okay,
I would like to present Professor Dr. Philosophy Hermin Indah Wahyuni, SIP, MSc. Guten Tag, Professor. Herzlich willkommen to our seminar in ICoSPOLHUM.
Dankeschön, Dankeschön.
Herzlich willkommen. Ich komme aus TU Ilmenau, Professor.
Ach so. So, wir sprechen Deutsch dann.
Genau so. Freut mich hier. Ich bin Dwi. Ich bin Dozentin hier in Kommunikation und Wissenschaft, yeah, at Unimal. So we have the same subject, communication and media studies. And we are graduated from the same country too, but I take master there and you take the PhD, I mean Doctor Philosophy in Leipzig. I was in Turingen, next to Göttingen. Graduated 2012 from Ilmenau. Okay. So it's quite surprising me that you graduated from the same country, from Germany, and very interesting dissertation. I think about the struggle to create a democratic broadcasting system in Indonesia. And because I'm coming from Aceh, you know, the professor in Germany would like to know more about what happened in Aceh regarding the media report about the Free Aceh movement. I mean, the separatism organization in the past. And my dissertation, my thesis is about media reports. So now I take my PhD, my doctor at North Sumatra University. But I would like to have you, to know you well, I mean, maybe in the next future, I can share something about. I would like to know your knowledge about my dissertation. Okay, Professor. Let's make it shorter. Maybe you can directly do your presentation in 20 and 25 minutes, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Mbak Kurniawati. Oh, could you hear me?
Yeah,
Could you?
I can hear
Yes.
you. I can hear
Yes.
you clearly.
Good. Thank you, and thank you very much to introduce me. And we have chance to speak in Germany. Yeah, that's very interesting. And yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best regards from Yogyakarta to the colleague in Aceh, and also other speakers that I really enjoyed the other presentation, and also the participant for today seminar. Yeah, as Mbak Kurniawati introduced me, that I'm learn about media and communication. So I will share the perspective about the main topic today, the COVID-19 challenges and opportunities, constructing new social order in disruptive era, but more in insight from communication perspective. So yeah, if we take a look the latest update of the pandemic of COVID-19 in Jakarta, in Indonesia, I will bring the context in Jakarta, Mbak Kurnia. And we can see that there is a 10 province with most COVID cases, but we can say that Indonesia hit very bad with this pandemic. So until now, Jakarta is still the biggest and the worst cases dominate comparing with other region. And with the 10 province, there is most COVID cases in Indonesia. But here, Aceh is not in this list. So lucky, yeah. So very good situation, hopefully. Then this is a data from the global media Jakarta Globe that published in English. And this is, I think, good news that the case of COVID-19 in the last few weeks show maybe, hopefully, that past its peak. Yeah? I mean, although no confirmation has come from the authorities that the rate of growth in monthly total reached its lowest in October, while the 7-day average has been declining from more than 4,300 cases in late September to just around 3,300 in Sunday, the lowest weekly average since September. And I hope that this trend decreases and finally it can be 0 cases. If not, then there is no other choice that we have to adapt to the new norm situation. So I will structuring my presentation with the 3 part. That first is how people in Indonesia communicate about COVID-19, this especially the adaptation to the new normal. And then the second one, the challenge and the opportunities discussion. And the third one is the future of humanity. And I hope this seminar can contribute much to many fresh ideas related the contribution of social science, political science, and humanities in this topic. And this is how people in Indonesia communicate about the new normal. In my observation, that the new normal concept began to be discussed around April or May 2020 and received various responses from the community. The pros and cons are inevitable, and it is most likely due to the unclear direction from the formal authorities, the government, in a transparent and strategic manner. So criticism is also maybe caused by the positive case curve for corona in Indonesia is still climbing at the time. I will try to show you how the media coverage about this new norm agenda, you can see here that the media shows the positive vibe regarding the how a government handle with the COVID-19. So they cover that hotels ready to apply health protocols ahead of the new normal. Maybe they invite many guests to the visit for the hotel, and also there are strong discussion related with can new normal be implemented in all regions of Indonesia? Maybe if you're not from Indonesia, you can imagine this pandemic is very difficult for us because we are the number 4th largest country in the world. So 270 million people in Indonesia and hit by the pandemic. That is, we have a very hard problem related with the situation in its regions that may be very different. And here you can see that this is a Cut Mutia Mosque in Jakarta holds Friday prayers with health protocols. So that is the vibe that will be shared by the media related with this new normal. And also people discuss and criticize about new normal from the Jokowi, the president, and criticized by workers, legislative, celebrities, and Islamic organizations. So I can say that there is so many hectic discussion related with the new normal. And this is a part of an example how the reason why people think that we have to face or we have to do a new normal. So because they always saying that living side by virus. So because there have not yet found a vaccine for the coronavirus, so we inevitably have to be friends with the virus. A bit awkward actually, but this is the fact. This virus does not mean it cannot disappear. And however, during this happened, there are many activities stopped, the economy, education stopped. That's why it is very important to start activities, the economy start to move, and then live side by side with the virus, and don't die while waiting for the vaccine. This is the statement that I citate from the mass media. And because I'm from the communication perspective, I will say that in the situation of pandemic, the communication determines everything. If maybe you can hear, you can imagine that in modern society, people say that the society consists not only, not anymore of people, but society consists of communication. So only communication can communicate. So there is communication determines everything. And actually, if we take a look how the World Health Organization gave the suggestion, yeah, how to handle with the pandemic, from the perspective of communication, there are at least 3 kinds of concepts that should be there. First is risk communication. So it is play a very important role. Could you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you.
Good. I will continue. Risk communication that play a very important role in preparedness to respond. We need like a communication that with the character fast, transparent, and easily accessible. And we also need the crisis communication character, categorized or characterized by honest, accurate, and candid, unbiased, very prompt, precise, and complete. And also, we need the emergency communication to ensure the public remains informed, restoring public confidence in the ability of relevant organization to be able to handle problem. But I think if I'm not wrong, so the situation in Indonesia, maybe we are not really lucky with the situation of information, because sometimes we are not really sure what actually happened around us. And this is the challenge that in the pandemic, because of this latest situation in the society. So the COVID-19, the pandemic is still happening, and people have to overcoming challenges and exploring more opportunity. And yeah, the society have to adapt the new situation. Society facing an uncertain future, and there is no way return. We have to make sure everything goes well, even in pandemic condition. And there is a challenge to develop social system that interact adaptively with the changing demands during a prolonged pandemic. So in my observation that it is an obligation that all system in society have to keep moving, to keep changing, to adapting to new situation and challenge along with this pandemic. And the process of changing the social system in society needs to be continuously encouraged through a transformative communication process. If Professor Taylor say about the transformative method here in communication, I will also suggest a transformative communication process. Adaptive and transformative communication is very important to achieve the rationality discourse in society. So I imagine that the social system in our society have to organize through communication to survive. Social system have to make sense out of equivocal information around us, and they have to organizing the information processing, so finally they can survive in changing environment, because these cyclical things always are moving. So changing, adapting, changing, adapting. So the society is really a lively process. If we are not adapting, so maybe we will collapse then. That is why the communication is the power, because if people using communication to make sense out of equivocal situation, they do what we call enactment. So we learn around us what actually happening, we select what should we do, and then we building some process to trying to come or face it, the pandemic. So this is the communication as driver for adaptive system change. So I thinking that transformative communication is very important to sensitize the system. So we have to communicate to digging the real problem around us. We have to digging the problem to give the positive, to irritate, positive irritation within the internal system. And hopefully we have the discussion of various contingency communication around us. We have to open the dialogue space, and we will come to the most optimal rationality that we can achieve. And then finally, our system, our social system can adapt it in this very difficult situation. So I imagine that the new normal will happen in all living systems. So in science, education, economic, law, religion, politics, socio-cultural, and entertainment thing, there are two elements always. There are possibility to like challenges, and also this that opportunity. In the politics, for example, there is really challenge how to develop governance that is sensitive to pandemic reduction, how to optimize a technology-based political system. I don't know what's happened if we continue with the pilkada, with the general election. I don't know what's happened. It is not sensitive with the situation of pandemic. In education thing, as Professor Taylor said, that it is we should digging more about disruptive learning innovation. We have to prepare of system that more equitable and in accordance with the pandemic conditions. So always people will think the social system will move to try to find the best recipe for this situation. And in health system, for example, with the communication, with the transformative communication, we have to try to make better the support infrastructure, hospital, medical personnel, drugs, etc. And then we also have to discuss about clinically correct community behavior. So there is still opportunity in this. In economy, I think Professor Yusliza has already mentioned that there are very acute problem here, and then minimizing economic contraction through communication, I think is very important. How to protect job, how to continuing our sustainability tourism, for example, and how to rescue of affected workers. So that's happened in many sections in all the dimensions of our society life. And how about the role of mass media? I think that as the observer of society, the media must maintain their logic in facing times of crisis and accompany people to get out of difficult times. Challenge for Indonesia, I think not easy because of a weak public communication system, and also in the same time very dominance of new media, especially social media, which tends to be very open with a variety of inaccurate information. Yeah? And then how the media frames this very diverse response in society needs to be linked to the integration between crisis risk communication at the emergency level, and that's not easy way. And lack of competence of the media in crisis will put the wider public at bigger risk. So this is the situation in Indonesia, very what is that, crowded maybe somehow, people talking about the cacophony of communication, keriuhan, yeah, crowded thing. We have internet network, very open, connected, global, yeah, global atmosphere, with the social media also hybrid character, interactive, everybody could be journalist. We have also mainstream mass media still using the professional world with the gatekeeper in, but now I think they face a very difficulty how to construct the reality about COVID-19, because they have to face like influencer, buzzer, public relations officer, etc., etc. And this is we also have still a traditional communal society in Indonesia, and also in the same time our food is already in the modern and the postmodern situation. So fighting infodemics is also our daily problem, because there are extraordinary amount of information bombarded the public, so that it was difficult to identify whether the truth or the potential solution offered was developed. So it needs really a communication, transformative communication that minimizes rumors, minimizes misunderstanding. So that have the potential to keep away from the best response. Otherwise, this could be also encourage the spread of the disease more, bad than the pandemic itself. But I think I would say that is still many homeworks to do, because Indonesia digital media landscape, we are not really lucky, because still economic politic media is very dominant. This is portray of the data about new media. You can see here that media group is very dominant, not only in media mainstream, conventional, but also they move in the new media. So here some big group already very dominate the information, the way people communicate will be very influenced with that. This is the internet user, that is I can see that from gender, and then this is from generation. So from generation X, like me, I think digital immigration, internet generation, millennial, and Gen Z. You can see here the data who connect mostly to the internet in Indonesia. That is Gen Z. So that is very young, addicted user, yeah, but maybe they do not really open in the political thing, but also they compete with the millennial one. So many homework, I should say, to create a healthy digital media environment. So if I talking about transformative communication, maybe there is still far way to achieve. Also this with looking this data that in the 2020 World Press Freedom, journalism is in the converging crisis. So press trapped by the aggressiveness of authoritarian regime globally. Yeah, I think not only in Indonesia, a technological crisis, we have to face it, democratic crisis, we also have problem with a crisis of trust, an economic crisis, and also that make a very bad with the global public health crisis. So the pivotal for press freedom, I think, is still a very big problem. So the future of humanity after pandemic. So I think that's what I share with you related with the media thing and how we can discuss through this seminar how the contribution of social science, political science, and humanity in general to try to find the best recipe for the future of humanity after or during the prolonging pandemic. I think during the uncertain situation, we need really proper social engineering is needed to contribute to a changing society. The role of social science, political science, and humanity is very important because of its nature and characteristic. And many technology we can see many develop. However, without the right approach in the social aspect, I think that will not bring the expected impact. And synergy of science is really needed for better solution. So please thinking about how we become the social science become an important part of scientific integration. We are not always in our interdisciplinary zone, but we have to think about cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and finally in transdisciplinary. So this is a very what is that? Many works to do. So you can see here the detail of the continuum of scientific integration. But I think this seminar will very give what is that power to thinking about the scientific integration. Yeah, not only between social science itself, but also transdiscipline or interdiscipline with other STEM, for example, with other field science. And finally, I will say also to closing my presentation that this is very important to mainstreaming social science as the solution, how we adapt with the new era, and also push the interdisciplinary research. I put this to close, this is the book from my Center for Southeast Asia Social Studies, that there are huge challenges ahead. Yeah, so because complex social issue entangled with the most interdependent global society ever, so we need really the social science that must bring about a more just, equal, inclusive society by conducting more grounded interdisciplinary research in responding to the critical issue of our time. I think that's all that I would like to say. Hope that you can enjoy my presentation and hope that you will have a really fruitful discussion in the seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the very nice presentation, Professor. Okay, there is 3 participants who already raised their hands. Maybe we can give an opportunity to Bapak Muhammad Jafar. I think Bapak Muhammad Jafar would like to ask a question to you. And after that, we will give another opportunity to Marco Pradi Soka Solin. Bapak Marco. Bapak Muhammad Jafar. Halo, Bapak Muhammad Jafar. Or we can give this session to Ibu Ika MJ Nur Fauzia Adena Siregar. Would you like to ask a question for Professor Hermin? Ibu Nur Fauzia. Bapak Marco. What's a pity? They already raised their hand, but they know. I think maybe they couldn't hear clearly. That's why I don't know what happened. Maybe Ade, who's Ade? Oh no. Oh no. Or it's already one participant who already raised her hand, Ibu Nur Fauzia. Do you have any question for Professor Hermin? No, I don't think she has a question to you, Professor. Professor, your research is quite interesting regarding communication in the pandemic era. Well, it's part of my subject a little bit about crisis communication. And I would like to ask you a question about crisis communication. Do you think that in all sector right now, in the pandemic era, we already in a crisis communication where we know that all the information in this era, yeah, such most of information like hoax, but we try to believe, but in fact, that are not true. And how do you think about this, Professor?
Yeah, Mbak Dwi or Mbak Kurnia? I'm sorry if I miss your name. Mbak Dwi, could you hear me? Yeah. Okay, I will try to answer your question regarding the crisis communication. Actually, crisis communication is very important in the pandemic because the crisis have to send the message regarding the strategically and framing public perception, yeah, of what is expected to be followed. It should be honest, it should be accurate and precise and complete. But actually, in the practical things that I see that the people implement this crisis communication only to think the such kind of reputation. So mostly the government officer implement this crisis communication related with the public relations thing. So they only focus on how to face their negotiation with the public, and they are very angry. For example, if public think that they are not really doing well with their job. So actually, we should think more than the crisis related with the reputation. We really need the crisis that more substantive thing. Yeah, I mean, sometimes until now, I have the feeling that we are in Indonesia, especially, we are a bit lack of the strategic thing, how we fight with this pandemic. So that's why so many interpretation in the society that makes also the situation is not better. That is my answer. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Well, in my perception, in my opinion, I think this era, the role of media is getting massive, where people cannot go out and stay at home, so they are must believe what media says. Is it right?
Yeah, that we could not avoid it because people or the latest experts say, sociologists, yeah, say that the society of society is communication, and the mass media is become the most important hub, so people connect through the media. And you can imagine if the media itself have problem. I will show you with my presentation that in Indonesia, for example, we really have problem with the structure of communication in Indonesia. You can imagine we are not really aware with the public communication thing. We always eat the information from social media. And in social media, everyone could be journalists. So you can imagine we already, live with information, not from the expert, but yeah, so that is the death of expertise is that's happened. So that's why if we think about transformative communication, there are many homework that we have to do, that I hope that we can strengthening the structure of the media. And that is the long I think still far, yeah, from the ideal thing. But we have to think, we have to learn from this pandemic that we have to change. But I think it's not so easy, yeah, with the latest development in social politics in Indonesia, I think, yeah.
So in another word, we can say that everyone can be the professor too in this pandemic area in the social media, because they can just get the information from the Google and they speak out, such as like a professor graduated from Germany maybe. But in truth,
differentiate, yeah.
such an ordinary people, but they speak like an expert. It's quite a funny pandemic, I think. But
yeah, but very dangerous, yeah. Very
yes,
dangerous.
genau.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
genau.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the interesting topic, Professor. This done, yeah.
Thank
If
you.
brought me here, I hope
I already forget my Germany. You speak very well.
I hope I can the rufen dir, yeah, for the another topic, Medien und Kommunikation Wissenschaft.
Ja, ich warte,
Dankeschön.
ich warte. Dankeschön.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Tschüss. Auf Wiedersehen.
Tschüss.
Goodbye also from other speakers, Prof. Peter.
Thank you very much for all the keynote speakers for the participation on this first international conference in social science, politics and social science at Malikusalem University. Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for moderator. Thank you very much for moderator, Ms. Dwi Fitri. I want to ask a question. Please. I am Fajri from Malikusalem University. I want to ask from John, Kathy, and Dr. Yurliza. Okay. Bisa kedengar? First question, okay. First question, what are the conditional of the social, economy, and culture aspect after the pandemic, COVID? Second question, until when will the pandemic be over? How do researchers predict the end of COVID? The third question, what is the media strategies in reporting about a pandemic that causes people to be afraid of reporting in the media? Second question, until when will the pandemic be over? How do researchers predict the end of COVID? The third question, what is the media strategy in reporting about a pandemic that causes people to be afraid of the public in the media.
Teacher, can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you.
Teacher, can you hear me?
I can, yes. I think.
Okay. I heard.
I can, yes. I think.
Repeat again my question. Clear? My question clear or no? Agak terang.
But Ratri, we cannot hear your voice.
That's true, yes.
Yeah.
Ratri, I can see your lips moving, but I can't hear you speaking.
Yeah.
I think your microphone's turned unplugged.
Yeah. Still, you have to open your mic.
Speak, Ratri, speak.
Oh, the second question, I repeat again. Until when will the pandemic be over? How do researchers predict the end of COVID?
Mama.
Okay. The third question, third question.
Okay.
What is media?
Prof. Hermin and Peter, sorry, I have to change the table because there is a problem with the audio. It is the first time for us to have the studio like this, so there is a technical problem in connecting
Sure.
Unimal TV and then YouTube and the studio and Zoom itself. Actually, we already. But tomorrow we will have a parallel session, and the parallel session will be done not in a studio. So I do hope that it will be getting better and smoother.
Okay.
So for the first of all, I would like to say thank you to Prof. Hermin, Prof. Taylor, and Prof. Taya from Philippines that you are still here with us. It's very grateful for us in Aceh having you all here, and Alhamdulillah 5 of you can be online with us, even we are in different countries. And Mbak Hermin, matur suwun,
Matur nuwun.
No worry. This is new. Music
Saya, how do I say thank you in Tagalog? And yeah. Okay, thank you. Bye bye. And for participants, we will see you tomorrow for parallel session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye bye.
Thanks, Ratri. See ya.
Terima kasih.